Alright, I'm getting
Alright.
cold feet. Razmi, you said you're gonna start stream.
Yeah, I already streaming.
Match found.
Yeah.
I can't see shit. Hold on.
Otter's in my chat. He's like, I'm a lurk while I play Valo.
I'm a
Oh, hi.
Valo.
Alright, you know what? Fuck
Oh
it.
my God.
Starting.
Oh my goodness.
Guys, say the wildest stuff.
I'm racist.
Whoa! Whoa!
Okay.
Alright, not that one.
Brother. Okay,
Oh no.
brother.
What do you
Oh.
expect from me?
I was thinking of the somewhere in the line of like I like clove or something, but you know what?
Oh, I hate
Look, if
Lotus.
I
I
can
gotta
get
play
myself banned,
Clove.
that means you guys can't force me to become affiliate.
Yo,
Smart.
I love Phoenix. We run it back.
If I can get my internet is ass, not like this, Thran. Mwah.
What the fuck is this title, Razmi? What the?
Yeah.
Change that title right fucking now.
No. We need you to be. We need you to get affiliate.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
Hi, Lily. Why are you in my stream? Get out of here.
Yep, that's good.
Alright. Everyone in favor for Friggy to get affiliate, say aye.
Aye.
Y'all hate me. Y'all
What?
fucking hate me.
How am I hating on you? I'm promoting you.
That's hate.
Na, 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 na.
Alright.
Okay.
You know what?
As
You know
Reina, I
what?
can afford a bandage. Unfortunately.
Who? What?
Are you excited to meet Train? Oh, I could barely hear her. I could barely
Oh, no,
hear what
wait.
she said.
Crazy Otter is my first chatter. That's crazy.
That's insane.
You anymore.
I'm running down. I'm running down.
Anymore.
Where are you running down? Oh, okay. Oh, I was gonna say, let me smoke you. And I forgot.
Yeah, smoke me, smoke me.
I'll flash you.
Oh, I am.
I ran it down. I gave him a weapon. Raspberry, you got this?
You. Oh my god.
I'm coming, Minu. Hold the fort. I'm coming. Oh shit.
It is just
Alright.
us now.
Spike planted.
If we're gonna blame it on someone, we're blaming it on me.
Oh, yeah.
Why
thank
is
you.
it?
You actually insta-died.
Oh
from
my
the
god.
thing. It's kind of
There's
funny.
3 people there.
It was so funny. It's so.
Reina, I must say
What
how
the
nice
fuck,
it is to work
JD?
with you.
Why you trying to
It is
scam
so
me?
hard to find partners with your
I got insta auto modded as Fergie's chat. Hi, Astacer69. I truly appreciate that you are still alive. Welcome. I hope you survive
That's a good
the
spot.
entire year. I beg. I appreciate
I hate-
daily
I hate this
appreciation.
second
Thank
screen.
you.
So crowded.
I truly hope.
Wait, am I even following?
What are we
you?
hoping
I thank you on your
What are we-
team. Do you want to win or not? Well,
Nothing
Jenny,
here.
stop pasting links, you fucking idiot.
I have an Aries furries and dark. I got you.
Spike
Oh, there's 3
planted.
people. There's 5.
Oh fuck.
I saw
and
and Fake Low.
Can't see my chat.
Get 30.
72.
Last player standing.
You know what? I
That's
like this. I like
103,
this attitude.
68.
And Dia.
Just fucking with you, Pitchkin. You're cool.
Right, hold on. It's so funny. I say
Wow,
like,
I
oh,
can,
follow
I can
Friggy.
come knock into a collab.
Am I even following Friggy?
Tight.
Please.
If you are,
Dare you
unfollow
not
me right
follow?
now.
Teleport's ready.
How dare you? But I get banned off
Now,
with
dare
Eggy's
me.
chat.
Of me.
You know what? Why don't I just knock after this one? I'll knock. Hello?
Hey.
Yeah, it's
Ooh, 80.
Hey.
How about no?
No!
Alright, good luck with your studies. Good luck, Lily.
One here, one here.
Going up.
They're inside already. Two
Flashing
outside.
out, flashing out.
B? B and Link.
Sorry, bro.
There's one more side. Nice.
One more side, yeah.
54 Vito.
Planting A.
Jenny, just because I gave you mod privileges
Spike
does not mean you
planted.
get to be a freak in
Last
my
player
fucking chat.
standing.
Ang ina, B.
Oh no.
Last round in the half.
I didn't hear how you do it.
Wait, how many followers you need to get affiliated?
25 now,
50?
no?
It's just-
No, it's not 50 anymore.
25?
It's lower now.
What?
It's
Why
not,
is it
it's not
25?
50 anymore. It's 25. It's not that
Why
high.
Oh.
the fuck is it 25?
You just need,
Nice.
the hardest part about it is averaging viewers, and we can totally get that.
No, how about no?
We could totally get that.
I'm gonna have to
How
chat
about
every 5
how-
minutes.
Idly.
You do, just to maintain the thing. Go, tang ina.
Face your fear!
Right, why are you in here? He told you. Why is
down,
everyone telling everyone I'm streaming? That's rare.
I flash myself. Don't worry about it.
Okay, Biggie.
There's one B.
He has his shield back again.
Oh, this one's very close to me.
Waterfall,
80.
waterfall. Careful.
Yeah, go!
Oh, fuck me!
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he's in that smoke.
Raising more affiliates, yes!
No.
Yes.
Okay, JD, it's not like I just put up a bunch of random shit on OBS and started a stream. Give me a
Nice
second.
try.
NT!
Okay.
NT!
When I feel like it.
Switching sides. Match point.
These new friends of ours are not too friendly.
I can say the wildest thing in fridge chat.
Get me banned. Get me banned. Please.
I'm not gonna let you ban.
That
I'm gonna
works.
make you so wholesome. More people come to your stream.
No.
Oh,
No.
May I get your
No.
Banned it.
banner, please?
Banned it.
Thank you.
Banned it.
Oh, fuck, you didn't see that. I'm totally not doxing myself.
Yoda! How are you doxing yourself? Hello?
Home. Home.
Oh, I almost got
It's one
stunned.
more, no?
No, the he TP'd, he TP'd. Just
There's
checking.
a...
Oh, I got blinded.
Yep, so did I.
Damn it!
I'm coming back.
52
Spike
Vito.
down A.
Jenny, are you not listening?
There's
Did
Yoru
you not
in there.
Did you not hear
Maybe.
me tell you I gave you mod?
One enemy
20
remaining.
minutes ago.
Yoru
I'm cheating,
there.
I'm cheating!
Last guy unknown.
No, he's here, he's here.
No, he's here.
Yeah,
He's
no.
up there.
No peeking.
I'm going all the way.
Ooh.
Nice.
Otter is
job.
I'm cheating,
Yeah,
I'm cheating!
cheater!
So pro, so pro.
Those fools just wasted their advantage.
Yo, how do I get a mod? Wow, handcam? What? Oh my god,
Wow.
wait. Was handcam was on? Oh shit.
Wow.
Hi.
Whoa. Not the oh shit. Handcam was on. Oh, oh my god. This guy's about to dox himself and he's like, Shock.
That's fine.
I'm
Hit
doxing
them
my
fast,
head?
hit them hard.
No
Doxing
way.
my head.
That would be my
I'm so
nightmare.
glad my phone was like off.
Oh my god.
I was reading some manga.
Okay, good.
Nice.
Got res?
We are all dead.
Hello,
right
I'm
now.
stuck.
Yeah.
I'm stuck.
One
I'm planting in the
flank,
corner.
I have them.
like pushing
Planting in
out
the
of
corner.
A and B.
Spike planted.
I'm mulling this.
Okay,
One
I'm
flank.
shooting. 117. 117
One
people.
flank.
100 on fade.
Teleport's ready.
I'm
One
missing.
enemy remaining.
Nice, good
How did you kill
job.
that fade?
I'm missing some.
Reloading.
Self talks. Hi chat, my name is.
Sage mind games are no
Why is
Free
Rasmus
hands.
looking me up? SMH is crazy.
Huh?
Oh my
Who
god.
flipping? I'm not
Jody.
flipping you off. I'm saying hi.
He said, "Fuck you, fuck you."
Ah, I would never.
Oh, wenga.
You would never.
Weh.
Well, that's
Yeah.
a shame. I would.
Hi,
Yeah.
chat. My name's Charlie.
A gift.
You want both.
My name is Tim.
Andiyo din nangyari kayo gusto mo?
One B.
Reloading.
Come on, Yoru. I know you want
I
to
said it in
this.
the Spanish way instead of the Filipino way, which is Gallegos. I said Gallegos. What the fuck?
I saw
Reloading.
hit for 80, I think.
Hello, why did you wall like that? Hello?
He's scared. I think it's to the left. Nice. Careful, the smoke is very sus.
Reloading.
Guys, I'm planting, Watch my fucking bend, please.
My ult.
Thanks for watching
Hello?
my bend. Thanks.
There's two there, two there.
140.
145 Omen. Omen's one shot. Oh my god.
No.
What? I didn't kill one? I thought I killed
No, you
one.
didn't. You hadn't killed Fade yet. Yeah. GG.
Defenders.
GG.
No one saw me. No one saw me. Miss.
I was watching on the map. I saw it.
The lag got me.
My goodness. No. Okay, wait. Let me.
Man.
I've knocked once. I need to knock at Furagi's as well.
Why? Get no, you're not allowed to knock on my stream.
Wait,
Why
I'm
not?
not getting knocked, right?
I will
Fuck
also
you.
knock.
Fuck you, that's why.
Hello?
Wait,
Oh,
Do I stream? How long are you going for?
Do you
Hour
want
and a half
to?
only?
yeah, not very long.
No, I'm good. I'll just play with you guys.
No.
If another streamer
Um,
wants to stream with them, let me know. I could switch out.
No.
No.
Looking at Jody.
Thank you, Rasmi. Okay, there we go.
That's Ran.
Hop in!
You stream, I'll let you take my spot, Ran.
I guess it's time for Grand Bazaar, Gago.
Grand Bazaar.
I don't even know where I'm supposed to look with this sheet.
Make sure I'm muted. Okay.
Oh, well, there it is.
Furegi!
Oh, right, hang on a second. Hang on a second, it only accepts fucking Chrome.
Furegi!
Hold the fuck up.
Furegi!
What is this pinned message? Why breaking out your
Do you want to win or not? It's from Cole! We have to!
Wait a
my
fucking
God.
minute.
My god, it's gonna take him 84 years.
My Chrome doesn't want to fucking start.
Firefox is better, do you know that?
Okay, Chrome fucking hates me.
Furegi. I'm going to
just
close
skip it.
my eyes on her.
Oh wait, are we shared screen? Are we
Fridge.
shared chat already?
Not yet. I'm waiting for Furegi.
Okay, yeah, I got
Fridge.
nervous.
Why?
My dog shit
What
Chrome
kind of
wants to
chats do
shut
you
off on me.
have that you get nervous?
Because
Hello?
I'm looking at
10,000
three
fucking
different
tabs open.
chats and they're all not syncing up.
Okay, yeah, they're not gonna sync up just quite yet. Hello?
Yeah.
My Chrome hates me. Hold on a second.
Quacking, quacking, quacking. I don't know who I got that from. Does anybody else do that? No, quacking, quacking. I don't know where that's coming
That's the Russian guy.
Nope. Oh fuck.
from. No, I
right?
never watched
That's
that.
not. That's not what I want
Nope.
to see. Ew.
Is that you bloody? Oh
not
no,
from-
that's bloody.
No, it's you bloody bastard bitch. That's not what he says.
You bloody.
I think it's very similar.
Fucking,
Is that you, Jody? Like-
bloody!
No, yeah, it is.
Yeah, that one.
The quacking, quacking, yeah.
You have it on your sound mode.
Yeah, I
Ignore-
do. Two. Okay. Somebody. Hi.
Oh no, Otter
Preach.
really sing.
Alina.
What?
We gotta let Stork sing now.
Oh my god.
What do you
What are you
want?
singing? I'm not choosing a song. You choose a song.
I'm sorting out. Just wait. I'm
think I'm
sorting out
delayed by 10
technical
years.
fucking
No,
difficulties.
not like this, Dan. I only have an hour and a half, and we're spending it on Furegi's technical difficulties.
What? Just start a fucking game.
Yo, we have some free airtime. You know what we could do?
We do not have free airtime. Hello.
That's right, a segue to a sponsor.
Gago.
Exit leg.
Thanks for checking in, Kyle.
It's not a sponsor. So, oh my god. Basta may strike. Real. Thank you for the head fat fan.
Match found.
Krispy Kreme?
Okay,
No,
you know
no.
what? I'm
Jollibee.
starting the shared chat, and this motherfucker better show up because what the fuck is happening right now, bro?
Look, you can blame Google Chrome for not wanting to work with me. All right.
A rip.
I think you got that.
Rip.
Yeah, you got that
Oh,
message in
shit.
before share
Oh
chat.
snap.
Share chat. I gotta behave is crazy.
You just said, "Hello, baby girl dork. I'm cringing."
Wow. Hey,
What
Otter,
Dork,
like
you're
would
the
you
supposed to be
like
singing.
Gaga?
Where's the singing?
Hello?
Oh, you gotta pick a song.
Baby
Oh my
You picked a
girl.
song.
Wow, Jody. Wow. Oh my god. How much money would it ever take? So this is for anyone in like chat. Like, how much money would it take for you to pander to be like super uwu?
For you, I mean, what?
How much
You
would
know
it
what's
take?
funny?
Hi, you.
100
Have you
points
done
on
it?
my side. 100 points
Are
on
you
my
gonna
side.
do it? Okay, but you're a guy. It's like funny, haha, sarcastic, like cute, you know. But if I did that, it's not
Uh,
like $3.
Absolutely not.
You
I
wanna
am
tell
not doing that
her?
to save my fucking
Hello,
life.
select your agent. Otter,
Wait, Otter.
Raz.
Yeah,
Okay,
Razmi,
okay.
select your agent.
I was waiting on you.
50 bucks.
I have an ara for 2
Hold on.
minutes.
We have someone.
Okay, but like with Ara
Lazy's
Ara,
doing 50 bucks. 50 bucks to uwu himself.
like Ara Ara is basic. I've done Ara Ara. Buns asked me for it. One nya for chat. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, you're a cat boy and your nya sounds like that. Hello?
Sorry.
I'm not sure how this whole living forever thing works.
Nyan. There you go. Don't look at my hand cam.
God.
Why would we want to look at it? Take it. I don't want it.
What type of
Team
ass
Last
cat
Cat
boy sounding cat boy, right? Like if I
Okay.
redeemed nya and I got that, girl, people didn't even pay. I did it for free. Damn, I've done Ara Ara and Moans. Culv, you're just a different breed.
He's absolutely.
You're
Is
just
very
a
much
different
done.
breed, Culv.
He's absolutely done that.
For it, real.
I've
I've done
I
it for
have cat
free.
ears.
Somebody asked me for an Ara Ara, but I couldn't do Eco Dane because I couldn't do it. I'm just not built that
Oh.
way.
Reloading.
One shot.
Enemy spotted A.
Oh my god.
I'll flash him.
So
Flashing. Go.
I'm
Go.
smoking top
Behind
and
the
No,
fence.
what is on side?
Minu, watch out. Or
Backside,
never mind, I
backside,
got him.
Ara.
backside still.
Spike down A.
Last one.
enemy
Ara.
remaining.
I have the
Don't know
spike.
where last one is. Dude, fuck ass. Last one. Ara Ara is insane. Above.
Last one. Ara.
You can blame Nappy for redeeming Ara for 2 minutes. Ara. Oh my god.
2 minutes.
Two-
Don't you just do a voice line?
Now
You don't do a voice line.
Tidak Ara. 2 minutes
what are you
bang.
gonna do?
Is it okay
Ara.
we
Alright, I guess he just
Razmi.
suffers.
What do you do for a 2-minute Ara Ara?
Let's
I'm so
go,
confused.
dork. Thank you.
Kami
Why are
ahekan
you
setiap
confused about
kami punya sentence dengan Ara.
Sage.
I feel like
protect
you
the
should
others.
just do like what Dilla does, which is like cat mode for 2 minutes, and you just start going blank, yeah.
Oh,
You know?
get the fuck out of there!
Enemy spotted C.
He didn't die.
I got him. I got him.
Oh,
Reloading.
Nice.
Revealing area.
Dropping smoke.
Backside. Backside still.
Oh, nice.
Reloading.
Backside dead. Ara.
Planting. They don't have smokes. We can play off. They can play offside because they don't have smokes. Is it like an arhara, 2 minutes no breathing? Yeah, because from what I know, you can do like a voice line. You just go like,
Oh.
you do iko da ne, no? Like, isn't that it? Girl. Girl,
Tapi
you
kami rasa banyak orang suka 2 minute of ara-ara.
One enemy
Ara-ara.
remaining.
Okay, okay. Dork just keeps shooting everyone. To get myself thinking out of it. Because I barely hit them.
Ara-ara 2 minit sudah habis.
Like,
Sekarang
yeah,
kami
most
get
everyone have
tunggu.
to, yeah, including chat. Otherwise, their message gets deleted. Is crazy, Spring.
Oh
Oh, my
my God.
god.
Ya gila, ya gila.
but why?
But like,
Why would you want to do that?
because it's
Ya,
fun.
untuk-
Hello.
Yalah,
It's
untuk
entertaining.
buat orang bahagia. Ya, saya setuju.
Somebody redeemed something for us, that's for sure.
Yeah, Deppy requested me to speak in my native language.
There you go. Yep, that's it. Yep.
Yep.
Oh, why
It was
is it me?
giving redeemed. I'm gonna kill
Chat
my
is there.
This cipher is racist.
kill my PC. My PC.
There's a Sova long. Oh, you have the spike. I'll come and get.
Cypher.
Okay, wait, I'll
cheating,
go.
There's a
guys.
jet. There's a
By
jet looking
crouching.
at us. Do be careful.
Last
Oh my God,
player
on
Oh
top,
my
on
god,
top of the
above,
box.
above. Yeah, on top of the box. Let's check.
Come on, drop down, jet. I know you want to.
Drop on it.
Drop in a smoke.
I will.
Nice.
Target down.
No, but like that's what I'm like saying is like
No
if I
peeking.
do that, I'll be so weird.
Nice try.
Why would you do that? He was close.
No, like not that like if
Last
you
round
do
before
like
the switch.
Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's
not
gone.
the yeah, it's the like the ara one. It would be so.
Hey, Rasmus, can you buy me a?
It would I would
I'll
Yes.
buy
so
you
like.
the Spectre.
Let me just say, every time people redeems things in my chat, there's a buy someone because someone requested to
Come
do that.
into the unknown.
There's a what?
Eh?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, we won't see it.
Get out
Your
of my way.
redeems, gang.
True, true. But Neppy can see it.
Yeah, Jody can see for
Scanning
sure.
ahead.
Dropping smoke. Cutting their vision. Reloading.
Hold on, gang. I have a dart on me.
CT.
Careful.
Here.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted C.
Hello? Why is she fucking crouching and then healing? Hello? What the fuck? She's just crouching and standing up the entire time.
One enemy remaining.
One.
Thank you,
and
PTC.
She's squatting one and
Flawless.
Parent,
Nice one.
parent teacher
Alright.
conference.
I am the hunter.
Switching sides.
Come on.
My chat is really cool. I have a redeem where it forces me to dance.
da.
Okay,
Oh,
but you set that, and who set that system up? Hello? I that is really cruel. Gives them the option. Ay nako, ewan ko sa inyo. My goodness. Oh my god.
It's for the fans.
Yeah, and who set that system
Hold on.
up exactly? You're the one
Hold
who
on,
did
man.
this to yourself. Hello?
What kind of fan are you
Boy.
playing around with? Jesus
Hello?
Christ.
I have weird
Na,
fans.
dalawa sila. Bye.
You know
A
what?
lot of
It
sun in
suits you.
A.
You're very
Okay.
weird indeed.
So true, so
Oh
true.
god. The cypher's lurking. Okay.
Yeah, Cypher's
Right
here.
here.
I can shock that
I'll smoke
motherfucker.
you.
No, I whiffed so bad.
Blinding.
Should be
They're
stunned.
rotating back.
Owie!
They're only rotating back because Cypher is winning fights.
Hello, hello, Kashu.
That Cypher's
Hold on.
cheating.
Maybe you shut up.
Gago, I can't swing there. As I had my friggin' water bottle in my way.
He's gonna
Not
hold
Spike
the
that.
planted.
water bottle, not your hydration.
Last player
No.
Ah,
standing.
78, 76.
Rage
They're
bait,
gonna
rage bait.
they're
Do
gonna try to
not
pick
give
on
him
the
an
A.
ace! Do not
Yeah.
give him the ace!
That's one too have to. Nice.
Nice!
Nice.
And you know what?
go!
You know what, Slay?
You did.
Per.
Worth
Your
it,
job.
Worth.
Per.
I knew that. That.
Yours don't get a reset button.
I heard that
Stay
Jet
alive,
before I
please.
heard him. I just
Yeah.
ignored Jet.
Yeah, yeah, I saw that.
Alright, so how are we doing this, Dork? 1 and 2, or we just go double up?
Which way do you want to go? Left or right?
I,
I could just recall.
Go left or right. We both have to peek left.
Yes,
Don't
let's
bomb
Yeah,
each
go.
other.
Scanning ahead.
One in mid.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh,
one of
there's an
them has an
outlaw.
outlaw. Do not peek.
Yeah.
Do not peek.
Oh
Reyna
shit!
is-
Fucking
oh, one and
Jet's
one.
just there.
Are they close?
Jet's grass.
They're
No, no,
gonna
no.
come in.
Are they close?
You know, the water.
No peeking.
55 Cypher.
I know exactly.
Oh, thanks for the hug.
Last player standing.
No! How did he kill me and not Dork? Bro, even in Valorant, I'm extracting, I'm luring these bullets, man.
Lights are so
Thanks
pretty.
for the check-in.
Might as well give them to me.
Oh wait, I don't think I followed
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
that real quick. Oh,
Thanks for the
nobody's here.
follow. I'm
I,
gonna
I don't know
recon.
what you're talking about. I already followed.
I'm gonna recon
I
and
don't know who
leave.
this person is. but I
Revealing
don't.
area.
2, 3.
Careful garage, I didn't peek.
Oh wow.
I heard
Nice.
smokes
Today,
drop
bitch.
A. I heard smokes dropped A. Backside.
Get out of my way.
Spike down A.
Oh shoot.
Enemy
One sword.
spotted. A.
Shit, 80, 80, 80.
Both hell.
Spike planted. Last player
Oh,
standing.
that's not good.
No, right click
Oh,
62.
no.
Run.
My ult
Match
is ready.
point.
Yeah, I'm
Stay
gonna have
put
to
as a
make a
bowstring.
queue
The
for
fight
my.
demands it.
Wow. Karaoke streameries na yarn, ha?
Who needs a buy?
You want to knob?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Where are you?
Why?
There you go. In outer we
Thank you.
trust.
I don't know that song. Okay. Wait, that's the song Auto requested before. I think. Okay, Cypher's B
Deploying
window.
drone. Enemy marked.
Running. 1 mid. How much for a VIP? Wow, sa Jodai.
Such a struggle.
Like I never left.
Scanning ahead. There they are.
Oh, guys, you'll kill. Brimlow.
Spike down C.
Oh shit.
Last player
No, I
standing.
80 on
One enemy
80 on
remaining.
last.
You were gonna do that, you
Spray,
fucking...
spray, spray, spray.
No, I don't have to do that. He's gonna run to a side.
How much for VIP, Mister? I'll give you VIP right now.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, true. How much for a VIP?
Spike planted.
Yeah, how much for
There you go.
VIP?
It's
How much
free.
for mod?
$50. $50.
Mod free. You want to be a mod? Hold on, I got you.
Yeah, so I could ban the VIP people.
Mod
You
crazy
can-
otter.
Mod abuse. Mod abuse.
Nice.
Fucking dumbass.
Otter, just so you know, you have mod on my
Crazy.
channel.
Because I am.
Well played.
I'm so
Yeah,
mean.
yeah, I see it.
Damn.
Sudden death.
Reina, that was like a dance.
Oh. Grabe.
Yo, Cashew, you want to be VIP too?
I shared chat. Gago ka. Hala. Danger.
You only have limited
Oh, VIP
VIPs.
for
You might want to give it
free?
to people that goes to your stream the most, or people that
True.
mods that
True,
you mod for.
You
as
had
well.
us enough, Raspy. You don't need us as VIPs.
I don't mind. Alright, VIP it is. Hold on, I got you.
Vip.
There you go.
So down like a miss your face.
Jet's
I
here.
hear
Yeah.
C.
There's one A. That's A.
What happened to my free fire?
Did he?
Step into the
cross?
ring. Come on, I know you want to.
Fuck!
No,
40.
what the
40
heck?
jet from garage. Care garage.
Where's the camera? Oh.
Oof.
Oh no.
Uy.
Okay.
Last player
Oh
standing.
no. No.
No more secrets.
Nice.
Nice.
Ooh.
Oh my god, that was amazing.
Attackers win.
GG. Oh my god, I took off one of my sleeves and then now it's like so cold I have to put it on. Indork with NTGG Gago Jody! Sira ulog chat. Hala.
Wait, hold on. We need to go to Fureki.
No, you
I
don't.
was mid time.
Yeah. Me too cute. So
Yo,
cute.
guys, I got 10 Radianite points, which I will never use.
Yo. Slay. I was mid time.
And what?
Radianite points.
You should use it.
Match found.
I don't have any equipments to use it.
You don't have anything to use it for? Me in my NA account with 160.
Did you
rating.
know?
Did you know?
Wait, did you buy any season pass ones?
Battle Pass? I've
Battle
used all
Pass?
of them. Yeah.
Machiri pachiri.
Did you know some of the battle pass also use Raider Knight to change games colors?
Mm.
True.
Yeah.
Now
There's that-
540. My first
that
account is
cat
crazy,
one on
man.
the-
It's actually crazy.
On the
You fucking
Marshall, you could change that to a different colored cat.
Oh dang. I have not by the current Battle Pass.
It's not the current one. That was a previous one, like two passes ago.
I don't think I also bought those.
Raspy, what are you doing in my chat? Get out of here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Get the fuck out of here before
What
I
are we
ban
missing?
you.
Huh? Why?
Because I'm an asshole and I feel like it. Don't worry, I'll remember to ban you when I remember to.
I said
open
bye bye, but I
OBS.
forgot I said bye bye, so now I'm still here. Well, welcome back. Wala si Nepi started playing Valorant, pero not with us.
Wow, take my spot, take my spot.
Oh.
I'm getting banned, guys, for being too wholesome.
What do you mean? You're getting
I'm
banned
just
because you
checking
hate me?
store. Oh, so you hate us.
Right? Don't you be starting shit too.
Yo, who's
Grabbing
this man?
paparazzi.
Why
Papa,
do you fucking human?
paparazzi gunner. Do you hear the motor?
Someone in A. Yeah, there's
No.
someone sprayed in
Jesus.
Yes.
A. Careful chamber. Careful door.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Dork. I'm coming.
Flash me, I dare you.
Yeah. Fine. Oh, it's
There's more on side. Oh, one backside.
Wait, is that it?
I knew he was there.
Spike
Oh.
down A.
Well,
Last
20
player standing.
Nice.
26 on Jet.
It's just you and him. and
Where are they?
Jared, No.
Jet was black.
The other
backside.
one's
Yeah, Jet
going
side.
Chamber mid.
Spike planted.
I
Hello, she ran into
probably
my
defuse.
face.
You have time. You have time to half it.
You can probably stick it. He'll have to run
Yes.
to
Maybe
get.
even
Stick
call
it. Yeah, stick it.
You'll hear him.
he's a pussy.
Clutch.
My
Kuya?
heart's racing.
Kuya, where did you go? Kuya, where did you
Oh,
go?
he's
He was all the way at
AFK.
B.
Dana,
He
What
killed me
is
at
he
B.
doing at B?
Oh.
Who is he sucking off at B?
Oh, I should have played Sage this map. No.
Maybe some lazy Wraith, you know.
Okay, weird humor. Okay, purr, I guess. Hello?
Alright.
What am I listening to?
Oh, no,
I
no.
don't know.
Hi.
Something's happening
Hello?
in my chat and I'm very afraid.
Maybe you're sucking someone off. Hello? Okay.
Me?
Okay.
Oh, damn
Party.
it! Mimi, you fucking distracted me!
Party.
You got me!
There's a lot, man.
105 Viper. What did he just say? The chamber was on B's side.
65. No, he's healing. Oh, one's below the behind the pillar.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate's ready.
Nice.
Oh no, it's because there's a guy named Lazy
Give it a
Wraith
Jody.
in Friggy's chat. Do I have Spike?
I don't know.
No, I don't.
I think
It's
that's a
because
no.
Funagi hasn't accepted my share chat. That's why I don't know. Oh.
Well, I mean, my crime fucking hates me.
Girl. In the wise words of Maddie from
Someone
Euphoria.
had a vandal. Yeah, there's a vandal somewhere.
Girl,
That's a Guardian.
you
Oh,
better
planting.
be
I'm
good.
doing what I
Planting A.
fucking can.
30 seconds
alright?
left.
I'm trying.
Spike planted.
Hold on. Maybe ult.
Come on, let's
Do it.
go.
Backside.
Yo, like it.
Nice.
no,
Nice, dude. And that is a gun.
Oh no, I'm gonna die.
here.
Kim, you're not. This stream
Oh,
never
look.
happened, Kim.
I did it,
Get
guys.
out
I
of
want
here.
us to match.
Let's go!
Nori,
I knew I could trust on you, Otter.
And I found a vandal, guys.
Wow.
You're in the way.
The part where they lost was funny.
Oh. Fuck.
Amelia, could you buy a phantom and trade me? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Enemy spotted mid. Reloading.
Oh fuck! 98 jet, 40 KO.
67
Woo!
KO.
Damn it.
1, 2, 3,
Well,
4.
KO is low.
Raz
40
me?
HP.
Raz me? Oh my god.
Player
Oh my god, this tank!
Spike planted.
Defuse, defuse, I think.
Defuse. There's no one with you.
Oh no, there's one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Defuse.
I can't look.
98 jet, 3,
Please
2,
don't blow up.
1.
Clutch.
Kill the jet.
Slay.
Nice!
KO's
One
low
more,
too.
one more.
That's right.
Ow.
40
Alright.
KO. Oh
Last
my
round.
goodness.
I
In the
purposely
half.
waited until he was done planting before I killed
Yeah.
him.
Nice, well done.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're watching?
Yeah.
Slay.
Yeah.
So dead.
because we all died.
We all
We're
died, yeah.
fucking dead.
We were all watching.
That was probably the only way to win as well.
Yeah.
If I killed him before he planted, I would have died for sure. Razmi, I'll smoke the door for you. Get a little
Thank you.
closer.
You want to play? Let's play. That's a good spot.
Let me know when you want to. They're made.
Oh, I like.
Oh, he's here.
I'll just slowly head towards there.
Nice.
Dork left me out.
Saber was yeah, B main. With an up.
Alright, that path doesn't
It's
exist
inside, I think.
anymore.
One enemy
Saber's
remaining.
inside, I think. Like to
Spike
your left.
down B.
There, I smoked it so they won't be.
Yeah.
Oh, he is very inside. Very inside. Jesus Christ.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Switching sides. Match point.
May I get your bandit, please,
I need
Friggy?
a drop.
Come get it.
Friggy.
Alright,
Oh,
I don't have smokes.
What?
Thank
You wanted
you.
2 meter?
A gift.
Razmi, you drop this.
Why is my
Yeah, I can drop you.
Anyone need something? Reloading.
I don't need a shorty yet.
Check pound on the way home.
Where's the act like I don't fuck up all the fucking time?
Oh wait, why do I have the spike again?
I said you drop this.
Oh. Oh, I thought you said to drop. Oh god.
Reload him. Reload.
Hello?
Wait, flash.
Hello?
Double flash.
Okay. Multiple
Give me
flashes.
that.
Alright,
No.
Razmi.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
In fridge we trust.
Oh,
Gotta go 75.
Meadows.
Last player
75
standing.
Arena. Healed her.
You're all 1 HP.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Just chill. I think one shot. Unless she healed.
Drop in a smoke.
Nice.
Attackers win.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
I know how smoke works. That's why I knew he was in there.
Party in the day.
Well played.
This is why we trust
Insane.
Otter. That's why we trust Dork. We trust
Yo.
you. And we trust Fridge.
But if you'd like to answer, my little call, that'd be great.
I don't know.
It'll be a
I
little
don't know. I'll
nice.
ask Chrome
you
to
know?
suck my dick.
You're about to
You
ask
could-
everyone to suck your dick, bro. Like,
You
my
could accept it
goodness.
on phone
No.
as well.
Platonically
Really not
would.
working. Hello?
No.
You cannot platonically suck someone's dick. Oh my god. Hello? Are we brain cells, guys? What thinking here? Let's pause for a second. Let's think about that. Hello?
Well, let's not think about that.
Am I clinging to my sanity? Oh my god.
Nah, Azza would kill me. I can't.
Look, what did you
Platonically wood is
expect?
crazy. Platonically within that sentence was crazy on its own,
Match
not even for the
found.
wood. It was the fact that he said platonic. What do you mean?
No string
What do you
attached, you know?
No sh-
Does it mean it's platonic? Oh my god.
Hold on. Hold on. Okay, if Graham's not gonna fucking work for me, I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna download Firefox. Alright, fucking now.
Firefox works. Firefox works with it. For sure. For sure.
Yeah, I use Microsoft Edge.
I mean, that
Microsoft
also
Edge works?
works.
Really?
Dork, it's time
Yeah.
to smoke.
Either one that works.
Your dork, time to smoke.
Okay. Sure.
Yippee!
This is
Yeah, I kind of want to
extremely
play
scuff.
throwback songs again.
I've got all the time in the
Play
world.
throwback
Can't
You
songs.
watch
believe
me enough to know how to do smokes now,
I
right?
can't believe we have two smokes maids in the lobby and I have to smoke.
No. We gotta teach
Oh my
you.
god, Buttons is
you
gonna
know?
play first.
Sometimes we gotta Go off, smokes. We're a bit to cool off. So it could be better next time we're smokes.
Nice.
True, 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 true.
Constantly playing smokes just burns me.
Smoking is injurious to health.
Oh, I
True,
didn't know
true,
my
true.
strength was lying.
The amount of nicotine. Ooh. Wait, hold on.
Sending it again. Hollywood
Who said it works on Edge? You're a fucking liar.
Let's go.
I'm using Edge.
Wait. Okay. It's done.
That's funny. I had to not use like freaking. Oh, he died. Oh. No. Alright, I'm playing close side. Oh wait, his stream also died.
Oh no. What is the range of this? Okay, that's good.
I think it's A, guys.
There B.
3A.
Oh, I hear someone. A. Go.
One B. One minimum. Oh my
That's okay.
goodness, is that the one and only
Oh,
Shloka?
one tapped.
Oh god, Dork. Please. How could you leave me again, Dork? How could you keep
He was
doing this
rotating
to me?
to A.
Spike down A.
There should be A. He was rotating to A. The chamber.
Hi, Shloka. Jody, can you give shout out? Thank you. Putang ina mo, mamatay ka na sana. Busit ka.
One side.
One on
Neon's
side.
above tower. Fuck. my
Neon
life.
already in.
Reggie,
Side.
come back!
Real Freggy.
Spike
Chill,
planted.
chill, chill.
Fuck him up. Fuck him up.
Player standing.
Chill, chill, chill.
Everyone give Sage a break. Crying over every bruise. I'm here. You can bother me.
Alright. A 5-man can't remake. I forgot. Wait, did I also DC?
No.
Okay.
Rasmi,
just-
come back!
Who's talking? I hear the voices.
Hawk out.
Oh.
Blinded.
There's people still in A, okay?
Tricky one, Neon.
Neon Reyna B. Isang kaldag, please. Crazy.
Spike planted.
Oh my god. That's annoying.
No! It's okay.
I'm so
It
far.
happens.
Please don't die.
The cipher is also low.
Anybody's else?
Finished.
Oh my god.
Drop in a smoke.
Okay, go. One's close to me!
Last player
Yes,
standing.
54 DC'd.
I'll see you
Yeah,
in a
only
minute.
Freggy DC'd. That is true.
One enemy
That's a
remaining.
kill. No, refreshing.
No! 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 Andy! Good job killing me though. Anti-Dork.
Yeah.
Anti.
Yo.
Oh
I
my
said it as
gosh.
well. Clove is a killer.
That was probably like the first time I've used a Bucky in like
I was like,
How
who
does
am
it
I watching? Is
feel?
this Raspy? This is so strange. And I was like, oh wait, it's Dork. Whoa.
Yeah, yes. Succumb to the Bucky cult.
Whoa, I got a network problem. Am I okay? Is my stream okay? Yes, my stream is okay. Okay, why was there a network problem?
hello,
Furegi!
welcome.
Hold on, Furegi!
mid.
People are being
Up mid. B heaven, careful.
Hello? Okay, hold on, give me a second. Let me pull him back.
Drop in a smoke.
He's pushing me. I'm dead.
Oh no.
104.
One CT,
Spike
right?
planted.
It's going here.
Right here.
Oh my god.
Last
One
player
mid.
standing.
Oh no.
We both had to
Really?
reload.
Nice, Maggie?
Saber waited patiently. Yeah.
Last round before the
Okay,
switch.
there. I think I got it to
I
work.
don't care how you do it.
Alright.
Just spend all your
Well,
money.
you're
Maybe
not in
buy
the
a short
thing
haircut.
yet.
Your stream is dead.
Yeah, your
Oh
stream
yeah,
is
let me
dead.
boot up fucking OBS again.
Agony.
Oh, look like I'm playing DBD tomorrow.
Oh, you're gonna play DVD?
Yep.
I'll no lose
Miss
to
Rink
these
just asked me.
ARs.
Well,
Oh shit.
Oh,
B.
it's
No
B.
peeking.
must be.
Oh no, we're so far away.
Sorry, Alda.
78, Reina.
Oh no,
Okay.
94. I whipped so bad. 94 on Neon.
Last player standing.
Fuck us. Oh my god.
Hold on a second.
Oh, but guys, no way. Fergie-kun is back.
There we go.
Switching
Hold on,
sides.
I'll-
There we go.
Match
Fudegi
point.
is here. Finally.
I'll sort it
Put
out.
his eye out with all that tech.
Yo, can we
Can I
give a
get
shout out
defended?
to Fergie?
Hold on.
I need a drop. Tuck, tuck.
I'm trying to sort out my fucked up computer. Give me a second.
No worries. No worries. I need to check on my laptop.
Fucking everything.
I need to charge it and check on it and everything.
Oh god.
Something is eating my CPU. Is it this? It is. This is in it.
My stream was started.
I
There we
don't have
go.
all day.
Yeah, your stream is starting. It started, yeah.
Yeah, you're on. You are live.
Someone made.
Oh.
Got the spike.
Oh,
I got protection attack.
Someone's B. Watch your eyes. Reload him.
Quick.
I'm gonna smoke.
I'll do a makeshift wall.
I'm gonna.
No, I already did it there!
I'm going to plan. I'm going to plan. Come
Fuck
here,
my
me!
Down B.
Chamber
Last
78.
player
One
standing.
shot.
5 frames per sometimes
Defenders
it's crazy. Ah, GG. Show me all the
Oh wait, so that's
fucking
not just me. Okay, got it.
Look, I don't know what to say, but I haven't set this thing up at all. Everything is fucking default.
default.
Yes, everything is default. Straight
Oh
default.
god. Oh god, Furagi.
Do you expect me to have stuff set up? I didn't
Nah,
even
nah.
stream.
No, we didn't. We just honestly, we just expected you to start streaming. It could have been a black screen. Yeah, it's not like we had any fucking expectations or anything, bro.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
what? What do
Yeah,
you
well,
want me to respond?
clearly you guys want me some fucking expectations if you want to do
No, well, I
something.
expected you to hit start stream. I expect you to break
Match
it midway.
found.
Damn, girl. Hello?
Nah, Fergie-kun. I expect you to be the best as you can. It's okay if your stream sucks.
Whoa, his stream is better than yours. What do you mean?
Yeah, true. See, everyone is like
Crazy.
going to your stream. go to Fergie-kun's stream. Go follow. Quick.
No.
My goodness. Pearl. Pearl.
Pearl. It's a good day.
Man, I sure love smoking on this map.
Man, I wish no one picked Clove right now. It would be so a shame.
Not my fucking business. I chose my agent.
Let's just post stay on it and see who gets it.
Look, I'm surprised. The other usual suspects who are trying to make me stream on here.
You know what,
Damn it.
Otter? You get.
No,
you
we
get
both
that
stay
song.
on it. We both stay on it.
Okay.
What would it be named? Ah, no, it'd be named Dipshit Australian. Talk shit for like half an hour or something. Oh
Dang.
no.
I was expecting Deep Freeze podcast.
Relax.
That gave like the least creative fucking title of my life.
That You deserve to be banned in my stream for that. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh no, I don't know how to
Yes.
use this guy.
Yes.
Oh my god, flashes galore. Let's go.
No, it's okay. I'll never flash you guys.
They
No,
want
you
eyes?
gotta use it.
Insane.
You use your mouse to control it, and you press A when you want it to explode.
The Unfortunate Peak podcast.
Let me get this right. We're
I'm gonna
Earth's
play
only
my
defense,
music a
and we
little
still
louder
pay
than
for the
usual.
good weapons.
F1.
Ridiculous.
Equip Hawk Trinket. Fire
Always.
to send forward. Hold fire to guide in
It's
the
actually
direction.
really easy to use that character.
Reuse the Hawk in flight to transform it into a flash. Okay. Alright, got
you
it.
reading the fucking ability?
Yeah, I never used this man.
No pain.
You know,
Oh wait, Freddy, can I get
understandable.
commanded?
Right.
Hello, thank you. Hello?
So I doggo mid, right?
Sure.
We double
could,
up.
yeah,
Hold on, we
that
can
works.
double up.
And a little realize nothing's perfect,
There's
but
a
it's
turret.
worth it.
There's a
What
It's
is
A. It's A. It's A.
Oh, my head. Oh.
That setup is not a B setup. There's no way. I refuse to believe. Yeah.
Hawk out.
Hi. Kuragi, come here.
I need healing.
Oh,
I'm
wait,
dead.
no. He's dead.
What?
He's dead.
Just put me
I
on
just
lost
realized
hold.
he's dead. Sorry.
Oh.
He's dead.
What the fuck?
Alright.
Last player
I
standing.
thought I had some audacity. I did not have audacity. 34 fade, 34 Yoda. Actually,
Spike planted.
I got one just spamming.
Yeah.
fade.
I forgot I can
special.
heal. I'll be
Enjoys
not be in front
I've got
with a
visual
shotgun.
senses.
Wait, hold on. If they change full limit
Your
to
flash
25,
If you
They
don't
changed the
press
streaming
E right away
hours?
with your flash, it takes 25 feet. to
What? What'd you say?
if they
Hmm.
if they change like the amount of hours you need to stream to become
So
affiliate,
Yeah.
They changed
They might
everything.
have. They changed
made
everything. They did.
easier.
half an hour of stream wow affiliate wow.
They're dogging here.
Something tells me they're all
Dude.
A.
Yeah, it's A.
Why
Can I
are
flash
there
across
4
the
people
street?
B?
I believe in you, Dork. I believe you will not die
Oh, the fourth door.
before we got
Sorry.
there. Never mind. He died before we got there.
Guys, they just ran us over on A, and why are there 4 of you on B?
I don't know why there were 4 of us on me. I wish I could answer this.
Oh my god, why did he spam in this?
There's a
smoke?
Spectre. Already from the other Spectre.
There's someone in that smoke.
Last player
Yeah, go behind me. Hello. Oh.
They just hate B. Okay,
They
4 of you
do.
guys go A, I stay B.
Bridge, I wish you'd
That's
take my
good.
extra reactor
Guys.
coolant.
3
Right.
enemies blinded, 2 enemies
Guys, we go
blinded.
B. I'm gonna go A.
Oh, yeah. I'm doing my work. Yippee!
I can always call. You can
Better
send.
if I,
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Why are we 4 here?
Placing
What?
swarm grenade.
it's better if I
What?
pick off 2 or 3 when they come
Look,
B.
we expect them all to
and you
come
guys
here.
could.
Yep. Good right there.
I don't think I hit that.
Why? Where's my head?
Hawk out.
We expect them all to come A. Pushes out. Dice. Slight push out. Proceeds to
No,
die.
146!
Don't not like this.
Hawk out. Blinded. Face your fear.
There's a phantom on my body if anyone wants.
Putang ina. Church.
Last player standing.
37.
89-35.
Ante.
Last round in the half.
So high.
I hate being deafened by the things in this game.
Yep.
One day
Yep.
they'll come B and I'll be happy.
Yeah. True.
It's the insistence for me. You got this.
one day that day will never come.
No, the day is
How
today.
dare you?
Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade.
Maybe B. No,
Yeah.
it's quiet. Nope, nope, nope. It's A. And you would think it'd be different. No, it isn't.
Anyone in
I believe in
arts?
you, Dork.
That is the brand that worked.
Found them.
Alright, keep it busy and coming. Okay, I'm no longer coming.
Blinded.
You had your fun. My turn.
Blinded.
You just stood there. Are you joking me? 80.
No.
Squad.
Shit. You're just being out like gunned. It's so
Yeah.
interesting.
No, no.
Ready?
How is
down
it 20
A.
only?
What?
Wait, that's the real one, right?
No, it's not. It's not.
My ult's ready.
Planted.
No, don't say that.
Nice.
Nice one, Otter. Good job.
I thought Otter hit it and it goes dink and I'm like,
No, not.
Sorry.
It just managed to slip through.
Clutch.
Oh my gosh.
Switching sides.
Oh, may I
this
get
is
your
a
bandit,
much better
please?
trajectory.
I need a drop. Tuck, tuck.
And
Thank you.
let me dog in, guys. I got this.
Get a little closer to the wall, like right here before you dog.
Right here.
No, I think it's a little bit too far, right? I think I should dog like right here.
Okay,
No,
the song is so
no.
fucking long. Holy shit! Like what? How could she sing that for so long? Like literally, there's no other lyrics. Dun, dun, dun,
Find the weak
dun,
point and
dun.
break it.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Hawk out.
500 ping, guys. Oh,
No there.
That's unfortunate.
Got him.
One more.
Enemy spotted B.
Hawk out.
Making cover.
Oh, behind the pillar on site.
Get planting.
Reloading.
Spike down B.
Stop the spike.
One CT. One CT. Okay.
Placing sentry.
One B.
One
Okay,
above.
that-
One above.
Clearing out.
Placing swarm grenade.
I see that
Connector.
fucker
Connector.
said.
Stage connector. One above.
Turret
On your right,
destroyed.
Furagiker. There's a sheriff, but you might not be able to get it. Above you.
Yeah,
Okay,
I know,
Furagi.
I
She knows. She knows.
Hey, my fat fucking ass.
Who could have
Aw.
predicted this?
Otter wanted the kill with the knife. With the
Otter
mace,
wanted that
actually.
kill.
Another fight.
I forgive
Clean
you
slate. Let's leave whatever happened in the past.
this time.
I so believe
I'm a care
when
boy.
it
Bye.
is slowly. I'm vibing. I'm just here with my throwback playlist. I have Fireflies freaking playing in my brain. Like we're fine. Woo!
Owl City Fireflies.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You would not believe your eyes. You would not believe your eyes. You would...
Right.
Let me heal you. There you go.
140 on the fade.
Go! Oh, so you guys didn't entry with me. Okay.
No
Why
way.
he hit my head?
Sleep tight.
140 on fade.
Oh, is there someone there,
Otter,
Otter?
no. Otter has his base
Okay.
out.
Otter, no, you can't do that.
No,
With this
like
team.
if he's
Not in
doing
the
that, like I
2v3.
would bait for you. You want to stay here and then like I'll bait for you for a knife.
Last player standing.
Never mind.
Spike down A.
37.
Not to say that I'd rather
Drop in
stay
a smoke.
awake and I'm asleep.
30 seconds left.
I got the spike.
Fuck, we make it, guys.
It is 10 HP.
I hope you make it. Oh,
You shouldn't have said anything.
Lord.
You shouldn't have said anything.
I would have dodged you didn't say anything.
Match point.
What if I leave? What if I just fucking leave? What if I just walk the fuck out right now?
No,
What
no,
if I
no,
just
no,
get the fuck
don't
up and
go.
leave? What if I just get the fuck out?
No, no, please.
Do
don't
it
I
do
can't
that.
believe I heard that from Pudengi and then Otter backed him up. What is happening today? Like, Otter's asking to join Jin. I'm gonna
No, no, please. Don't leave. Don't leave.
Look, Meeting, if you want to say you hate us, just say you hate us, alright?
I hate you. There's a difference. I don't hate the rest of them.
Okay, one-sided hate, I see how it is. Racist.
Okay, you had like a 41% on your love today, okay? Shut the front door. Oh, I had. You died.
114.
Sage is down.
I got you. I traded
How many was there?
you.
3?
I didn't hear a thank you for the trade. I
Oh,
traded
thanks.
you.
I am so dead. Can someone shoot the Rico?
Let's go, let's go, 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 go. Let's go, let's go.
Sorry, Dork.
Where's Sumi?
I'm just throwing at the
Oh, wait, wait. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, okay. After the half point, now I do this. Alright, alright. They're all still in B. That's good. That's good. They're all still in B.
Someone could take that.
We all have ult.
Found one.
Welcome, right? Yes, welcome in.
Spike planted.
Thank you for joining us. Fuck, 34. 34, close. Backside.
Last player standing.
42 healed.
Nice try.
I hate when they cheat.
Real. How could they do
Yeah.
this to you?
How would they cheat?
Insane.
In
You know
could
what?
they?
We should just turn on our hacks right now.
Tokyo Swift plays
Defenders win.
something
Tokyo
else.
Display is a different fucking breed. Like, it's just, especially on a Friday night, they're just like, all the tryhards
Yeah.
just like hop off work and go, yeah, you know what? After a long day
Every-
of work, I'm gonna
every
fucking
server is
murder everyone
different.
I see.
We
My
get
goodness.
tryhards in Tokyo, we get drunks and druggies and children in Sydney. What happens in Malaysian? What happens over in Malaysian servers? What happens in those two?
You
Typing.
hear your mom is green, you know? They don't talk English most of the time. And then we
Okay,
have the
if we get-
Manila. Manila is
if-
great.
Now Manila
Man.
can sometimes be full of tryhards too. It's freaking weird.
Man,
Nah,
why
I
do
like
get all
Manila
the
because
drunk
of
people?
the ego peaks.
They
Match
get so
found.
sweaty sometimes.
Man,
Yo, it's breeze.
Also, I prefer listening to sexist I don't understand.
Yo.
Breezy
Listening to ones I
say.
listening to ones I
Where's
understand is a
my
bit different. They're
character?
a little bit like these,
Oh my
you know.
god. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Yippee.
Dork, you should smoke.
No.
Go.
Oh my god.
We
I'm
don't
so
need
happy.
a duelist.
Fuck a duelist. Let's go.
who needs entry when you have 10 flashbangs?
Dork
Real.
can peek with his gun and shoot him and
Yeah.
teleport back.
Who needs entry when we have kitchen guns?
Stuck. Baby, you show my heart up and so
Insane.
Fill your heart up. So struck. Baby, you can roll my heart up. So struck. Do 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 do.
Oh yeah, I'm playing Lockdown tomorrow as well.
Ooh.
Oh my god,
PSP
is this
had
party
member.
rock anthem? I would rather not.
Skip.
7 things, Slay.
In the house tonight. Everybody's gonna have a good time.
Oh.
Blossom wavers in strong wind.
I think that's the song.
I am no flower.
Let's go B guys and plant right here. Wait, where's my map? Right here. Let the
Yo,
dart
yo.
bounce off the wall.
I agree. I agree. So let's go. Let's go.
Now you're standing in the rain. Never gonna change until you hear.
But
There's
maybe
something
wait.
about you. My
Maybe
childhood.
what? What are we waiting on?
Something about you.
Wait like 10 seconds before we move, then move.
Okay,
Okay.
wait 10 seconds, then wait 10 seconds again, Paul.
Okay. So. Okay,
Wait
okay,
10
okay.
seconds before
So
you
what?
move.
So what
One,
you're saying is we wait
two,
20 seconds.
3, 4, 5.
Oh, Reggie already peeked. We can move.
Yeah, Furegi is already out.
Oh, close.
See, look at that. If Reggie didn't move, we would have made it.
Closer. Alright. Careful.
Flashbang.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Reloading.
Flashbang. Plant.
Drop in a smoke.
Shockwave.
Multiple enemies.
One CT. At least.
Oh, excuse me. Whoa, whoa.
Oh, one
Razmi?
window.
Holy
Two,
shit.
two flank.
I'm just gonna sit here. You guys have some fun.
Okay.
The two. Oh, yeah.
Go.
These two
We
flank.
have the same brain cell door. Ready?
One enemy remaining.
I ran out of bullets.
No. Nice.
I got it.
Thank you. I ran out of bullets.
Keep them in our sights.
Yeah. And the seventh
Okay, so what was the plan
I
again?
hate the most the
We don't move for 10 seconds and then we move. So they have second thoughts if we're there or not.
Who wants a bandit?
Nope.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you just notice me as crazy, Razmi.
Razmi, go to your own fucking stream, brother.
This is
Guy's
my own
typing.
stream.
This guy's typing.
Smoke mid.
Smoke mid.
Watch this awesome bounce right here.
That's a good spot.
Hi.
Do
Nice.
another bounce.
Where is that bounce, brother? Aiming for that fucking
I accidentally
sky.
hit this, that's why.
Are you just waiting for the water flash?
Okay, na.
Oh,
Oh god.
One flank.
I have some. I have the spike.
Yeah, we can go A now, alright?
Yeah, go A.
Yeah.
let's do that.
I'll smoke mid. Alright. Yeah. Look at that. There's one.
Planting in between the birds.
Planted.
Two,
You got
both of
an
them.
EO.
One enemy remaining.
Is it both of them? Oh, it's not both of them. Never mind.
Renegade.
The answering machine. Now that I'm alone, now it says that we.
Up.
Enemy spotted.
Okay.
You did your best.
I'm so sorry for screaming. You get me.
Enemies close.
Yeah, I've got a
getting
bucky
shook
for you.
Yo.
I stole this off someone.
It's the neon.
Hey, Razmi.
Bonne chance,
yeah.
mes amis. Thanks.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Enemy spotted B.
They're doing the weird glitch thing, I think.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, nice. You have this pipe, by the way.
Oh, yeah, right. There you go.
140. So
Drop.
nice.
Yeah, I don't know where this guy is. I'm scared of
Where
him.
is
Oh,
this?
one more nest, I think. Or
Where
CT.
is
No, CT.
No peeking.
Nice.
Oh, window.
Oh, whoa. Tunnel.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Nice try.
I forgot I have 100 ping.
Yeah.
Last round before the switch.
Buy the best guns you can.
Need a drop.
Add me on my Bucky.
Oh hell yeah. Thanks. I can drop you an op. I'm gonna put it right there. Oh, someone's pushing.
Ain't too far.
There's one mid.
Spike is down.
Spike down A.
There's a clove somewhere here.
What?
Oh no.
How?
There's two mid. Oh.
How the fuck?
In order we trust.
Oh, hold on. Let's see.
The door makes noise, by the way. I
Let's
think.
see.
Nice try.
Anti.
Switching sides.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Please do not mistake my smile.
Tonight is
I
a
take
night
this song
to
very
let it
seriously.
go. Show. I wanna see how you lose control. Even behind the
Since the
scenes.
map changed the dart from A to B, I had to find out the new spot.
Escape. Oh, I have enemy
Well,
text
stand
chat.
right.
muted.
Right here. Aim.
Is that Acon?
Let me try aim right here.
No,
Jay Sean.
wrong one. Jay Sean gang.
Oh, Jay Sean.
Okay, I found a new spot.
Yep, that works.
Oh, nice.
Falling. Falling your body next to me.
Oh, nice.
Spike down A.
Oh, there.
Okay.
One enemy remaining.
It's a shame you had to die.
Take a
But
day
I'm
to
part of the
escape.
bigger picture.
Oh, I got it.
Bandit. Yep.
hiding behind walls.
Be lonely.
Hey, menu,
Lonely.
can you wall me?
Sure. I just wall you up now. At any point
Yeah,
behind
yeah,
that. Yeah. Alright, give me a second.
Oh, I'm not smoking this.
Do I
I'm
do it
gonna
now?
smoke
By
mid.
no.
I will
No?
protect your
Oh, right, because
B.
it breaks right over time. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, let me go behind you then, so I don't die. 3, 2,
Starting to-
1.
How's it looking there, Dork?
Nothing, man.
Hello, 140. Oh my god. To be fair, I crouched that. Oops. 140, Reina.
Spike planted.
Oh no.
Raina healed.
Nice one, Razzie.
Where?
Also there, Reina.
59 Tova.
Reina should be like 90. Nice. 2 on
One
main.
enemy remaining.
Side.
Left side, right? Oh.
Copy. Okay, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Oh my
nice.
god. How does she? Oh my god. That's crazy. They really.
I hit 2 of them.
That's gonna
100.
funny.
They-
Oh my god, I
They
bugged my
really
words.
are something.
Dancing vacuum deactivated.
I had 3 bullets left, by the way.
Hey Razzie, guess what? Fuck
What,
you,
what, what,
get
what?
out.
Match point.
Weapon choice is so personal.
Easy.
I pick a gun and it tells me who you are.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Stay in your own fucking chat, man.
Need a drop.
Oh, hi, Razzie.
We're share chat.
Got the permaban pain.
Rasmus,
Look
can
at
you
this
buy me
perma ban.
berries?
Thanks.
I'll
Yeah.
ban you later
Thank you.
when I remember.
Streaming together with someone you banned is crazy.
Wait, does that mean I
Oops.
get banned to everyone?
No. No, it does
Okay.
not. Wasn't enough. I'm like. As if I was richer, I'd still be with ya.
Oh my
Spike
gosh.
down A.
Wait, I saw someone?
Spotted A.
I saw someone?
Like I never left.
What is happening? Otter is droning.
Wait, that's crazy. I can mod and I can.
Insane.
Are you?
I
Okay,
can
we didn't
mod
get
it.
walked all over, so we can't actually play Japan.
You know
I can
what?
only do one more, gang.
Wait,
Oh,
this would
God.
be so funny. Slash mod
That's the stream.
Furegi.
Okay na. My god. Feel I love and I'm like, forget you. I guess the change in my pocket wasn't enough. I'm like,
That's
you
crazy.
and I forget how to. If I was richer, still be with ya. And that's some shit.
Match
Match
found.
this. I still wish you the best. I'm like, get you. And I'm how. Gee.
Actually, while we're waiting, let's
I was
go
in love
into
with you.
dashboard. Let's see how many hours do I need.
We
Oh.
run downtown
What the
with
fuck?
the
They
girl
really
I
did trick it
love
down.
and I'm like,
Stream 4
get
hours a month and stream 4 days
you.
a month. What
Yeah,
the hell?
exactly. It's a small amount.
Jesus
Love,
Christ.
I'm like, forget
I just
you.
realized why Furegi's
I
stream is
was
lagging.
richer, I'd still
Why?
be with you. Why?
You're using display capture, right?
Oh yeah. Right.
Okay.
This, I can wish you the
It might be
best.
better to
and
use
not
game capture.
you.
Do be careful. I see you alt tapping.
Oh yeah, that's why.
Yeah, that's why he friggin' made jokes about him doxing himself. Because it's not fucking
Ah,
joke.
I wasn't
Friggin'
looking.
idiot, bro.
No. I also display capture.
I
Nope.
forget that he just starts crying. Okay, I'm switching.
Yeah, because I'm wondering, my computer's not taking anything. My CPU is like
Unwritten.
6%.
Like one. The side eye otter.
Alright, how's that? Does that actually work? I've switched it over to game capture. Is it less laggy or is it still PowerPoint slide?
I think it's
I don't know.
still
Somebody
PowerPoint
watching,
slide.
please.
Oh, no, it's smooth. Oh, no, it dropped. Oh, it's
Oh,
smooth again.
Oh,
Oh, it got stuck.
oh, we're fighting for our lives. That's okay. Happens,
I
it
never-
happens.
What am I never fighting for my
It's
life?
my last game, guys. So getting a bit of a headache.
It's not PowerPoint. It's just that it's sometimes times per second and times per frame.
Okay then, hold on a second.
No one else can feel it for you.
Also, I still hate
What's the
that
best I can do?
they have not fixed this minimap.
Hey.
Dink.
Down.
Drop.
You
What?
shouldn't be expecting much.
What?
Found them. Alarm bot down.
How?
Two drop. Two more drop.
Yeah,
Still.
drop.
Yeah. Oy.
You know, maybe it's because I don't have to set the fuck.
Spike planted.
96 gecko. Ooh.
Drop in a smoke.
Oh my gosh. Window, the sun, then they go back. Oh,
Nice.
nice one.
Echo's main. Thanks,
Oi.
man.
30, I hit one of them 30.
Bounty.
Running gunning is pretty fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
No one else can feel it for you. Only you can
I'm
let
gonna
it.
preemptively go to drop.
Your lips, that's a soften.
Yeah, hide there. I'll put my turret here.
Yeah.
When you're both
Placing sentry.
together, it's the summer done.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Yeah, show them night. No sound.
Oh my Jesus.
You killed me! You killed me! You... That
Sorry,
would
I'm
kill me
sorry.
right there in my
I'm
smoke.
Coming back. Recalling my bot.
Flashing. Flashing it.
Flashing.
I'm kind of getting harassed here.
Just
You're
me.
fine.
Enemy spotted. B. Reloading.
I don't want to peek this actually. Now
There's
think
one
about
here.
it.
Here.
Look, if you really want, I can flash him.
I don't
No.
like how quiet it suddenly got.
There was one with the Guardian
Here.
there.
Yeah, one's already in our spawn, that's why.
Alarm bot out.
One's in our spawn, Neon, okay?
Spike planted.
Push
Yeah.
harder. Push harder.
Oh, dinked. With the classic.
Last player standing.
66 on fade.
Oof.
Dinked with the classic no range.
Come on, I know you want to peek. Come on. Come
They're not
on.
gonna peek.
I wish this was Manila. Manila would ego pick you right here.
Nah, they're like super patient here, bro.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, it's all like the movie ones. Oh my gosh.
Oh, they planted that corner. Okay.
Try to go opposite side of the
Look, I saw all 5 of them and then I fucking panicked, alright?
No.
Ooh, I blinded one person. I'm sorry. It's okay, Friggy. If you stun me, I won't be angry.
Turret out. Quick peeks
It
now.
wasn't stun, it was that blowing thing.
Alarm bot out.
Oh.
That would have killed
Placing
me.
swarm grenade.
Oh my god.
Is that trap?
Oh yeah!
Surely they don't check. Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
I let one pass.
Oh, one drop.
I died.
Face your fear.
No.
Hello? Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Holy crap.
Last player
Fuck, I
standing.
knew she was gonna be there too. Man!
Oh my god.
Spike planted.
Oh my
They were
Jesus.
gonna be there. Oh god.
Oh no, oh no, you.
Oh, it's you. Okay, there we go.
You could have just
Oh god.
finished your reason.
Oh.
142,
Anti!
121.
Anti, yeah. Oh my goodness.
Last round in the half.
Right there.
No.
No point saving. Spend
Right?
it all.
Why would I be excited at seeing 5 dudes? I see dudes all the time at work.
My goodness.
Yeah.
My goodness.
What? What's wrong, Minu?
I know. I'm kinda tired of the...
Oh.
Oh!
Placing sentry.
Friggy
Gee!
stream
Not
died.
really.
No.
But I stream died?
Alarm bot.
No way.
Yeah.
His stream
Swarm
is
grenade.
still open. He's still online according to the thingy at least.
I'm dead. I'm not? I'm dead. Oh, he's back.
Bot coming back. Recalling my bot.
Oh, one tower, one tower.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
My
Last
ult's
tower?
ready.
Oh god, I'm lagging. Fuck, I lagged for a second there. Again, you have it done.
Reload.
Initiated. Placing sentry.
Oh, and that's spawn. We have the spike, right?
Yes, sir.
In the smoke, in the smoke! Got her.
Nice job.
Placing alarm bot.
Oh, water, I'm sorry.
It's okay,
Switching
it's okay.
sides.
Dun dun dun.
The fools gave us a
Dun
window.
dun 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 dun. Dun-dun-dun. I said it from the 99.
Oh no, Freddy has the spike.
Alright, fine then. Here, Meaty. Take this spike.
Give me. Sure, I'll take it.
Are you sure you don't want button it?
In me we trust.
Lol. It's okay. We're good. We're good. It's okay. I'm zoning out, guys. It's been like 8 hours.
Cussing.
It's
We're
just a
sleeping.
funny way of saying I love you.
Careful now. Reloading. Someone.
Getting me one day. Every time.
Oh, he's still flashed.
Clearing out.
Okay, above, above, above.
Above.
Oh,
Above, still.
one here.
Still above, by the way.
Two there.
Player
44.
Guys, 72.
Spike carrier
72
killed.
gecko. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Gecko 72. Oh,
26 Gecko.
low.
Jump down.
It's like
you
100 hit for almost 100,
No
basically.
peeking.
Nice
Ooh,
try.
empty.
I almost had him in the
Empty.
head.
Yeah. So close. What you?
Match point.
We should do.
Funny, I had to
Tell ya.
laugh.
We should win.
Don't you? Yow.
Reloading.
We can't keep doing the same things.
Hundred. Nice.
Cutting through. Reloading. Reloading.
Oh, a Spectre. How nice.
Reloading.
Yippee!
Yippee! Oh fuck! There's more people there. Shit, on my right.
Last player standing.
Man.
Nice try.
Empty.
I tried
Andrew.
looking, but I was too slow.
JJ. Ugh. Thanks for
GG.
playing. GG,
JJ.
GG. Are you guys gonna keep playing? And if
I
Yo,
don't
that's
know.
Nappy, get in.
Hello.
That is my
Oi,
one and only
Nappy,
stream
Nappy.
for the year. I'm no longer streaming. I quit.
Whoa,
Yeah, if
come
it's the one
on.
and only, you gotta keep streaming for another 3 hours.
What
true,
do you mean 3 hours? Get out of here.
Why
with that.
not? Okay, anyways, I'm gonna go now, guys. Thank you guys
Meaty,
for
I know
playing.
exactly what you're
Thank
gonna do as
you.
soon as I hit affiliate.
Why?
Thank you.
Mm.
Thank you, thank you.
GG's, guys. GG's.
GG's.
I'm gonna end the collab right there. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah.
Alright. Bye-bye.
Okay.
GG.
Good boy.
Who's still playing?
Thanks.
Okay, now what do we
I'm
do?
done.
I'm done with this. I'm done with this game.
Alright. Monster Hunter it is.
You know what?
Thoughts
I
on
think I did
Monster
it
Hunter?
correct.
I will switch to Outer Wilds then.
What the fuck? I'm a mod in your stream. That's
Yo,
crazy.
no way, Furegi. Let me shout out Furegi-kun real quick. Hello, Raiders. My name is Rusty. I have too many games and too many time. Even though I don't have even over 1,000 years old.
Why are you a robot? Why?
Yeah.
Why the fuck are you a robot, man?
His
His mic died.
Make that.
Uh-oh.
Just fix it real quick. It happens. It happens. This always happens. Now they can't hear me. I can see the wildest thing. They'll never know.
We,
My shadows are awesome.
we can hear you, but you sound like a robot with a broken sound module.
Optimus Prime.
Yeah.
Wait. Even in VC?
Yes,
Yes.
even in VC,
It's better now. It is
it's
very
bad.
broken.
Oh, I think it's my ping. My ping is like 200.
It's
I
fine
wonder
now.
why.
Oh, well, they can hear me now. Yippee! Goodbye, Otter. Goodbye.
Bye bye. I think I'll
Right,
also
how do I-
leave.
How do I
Okay.
unmod someone?
I think slash unmod maybe.
Unmod
Wow,
Furegi.
you mod me, now you're unmodding me. Wow, you hate me. I even
No.
unbanned you. I even fucking unbanned you.
Yeah,
You
so I
should
unmod
know.
you.
He hates me.
No, I modded you so that you unban me. So
Paul,
it's so bad.
the math ain't mathin', right?
Alrighty. What are your thoughts on Expedition 33? I'm kidding.
I have not played the game.
I'm playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Guess we're wild team. Map unblock. Monster Hunter Wilds. Let me turn off handcam and track myself back to the position. Where is it? Oh. Oh. What do you want me to do? Yo, we should keep this VC on until like she comes back.
Until she comes back.
Yeah. How long is that? Like a day?
Couple hours.
Is that a couple hours?
Okay, well, I can't keep my PC on because it's probably gonna die on me, and I really don't want to pull it apart.
Yo, should we do a OBS fix streaming?
How about no? Because I'm not
Okay.
gonna stream again.
Nah. Fair. It's fine.
Look, I'm just surprised that Wraith would know this. I'm surprised Fate and Rayrob were not in here.
So true, so true.
You would know. Actually, no, you probably
Not
would
true
have.
friends. Maybe.
Rayrob probably. Fate not so much.
Any cool gems I can get? No? Okay. OBS tutorial for yeah, exactly. Like I would say my stream is pretty bad too, like
I mean, to be fair, I do not care. I will just look. I'll just throw it up and just wing it.
let's do I think I'm still gonna do that one. because it's the fastest one, and I still haven't gotten the Lagia Cross Sapphire. Even I've played this freaking quest like 5 times already. Still have not gotten it.
Damn.
Oh my god, Tran? No way. Hello?
Oh, how is it run?
Hello.
Welcome,
Oh my god.
How'd you guys? Why are you guys still here?
Because I'm still live. Never play games.
Valo.
Yo, so you wanna play
Bye.
Monster Hunter? Oh, okay. Bye bye.
Do you guys play?
I'm playing. I'm playing right now.
Still Valo?
Razzy's playing, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm still live, still gaming.
Okay. Have fun.
Bye bye. Thank you for coming in. Let me show. Oh. No,
What are you doing? Oh, you're doing that quest. You're doing that quest for the. But you're also following armor spheres.
Yeah, it's for armor spheres, but like I also need this guy's like sapphire.
I'm pretty sure I have a Lagia with a gem or something. I think. Or it might be someone else with a gem.
See, this is why I never get their tails. Bro, there's like 3 people behind me, behind
What do you
yet
mean? Why
pick
do you
me.
not go for the tail? The tails is how you get free gems with carving. With
But-
was a
but
carving
look-
expert.
Look, you know what's the issue? The monster always looks at me. Oh wait, I should unequip the specialized equipment. Oh, look, he's looking at me already. Oh,
Fucking hell, this raid guy. I see his stream. I see it go live. I click in. Title OBS tutorial day. What the fuck is this? My brother in Christ. I'll let it be as scuff as I want it to be. And I know you can hear me because you're still in this chat, probably. Are you fucking kidding me? Is thought GP does not meet minimum requirements? Hello?
what? What does not meet minimum requirements?
Fucking excuse me? You're a 9070! What the fuck are you on about?
I'm scared.
Yeah, guess
me hold my
what? I
hand.
bought this GPU like fucking last week.
A 9070?
Yeah, XT.
Oh, it's an RX. Okay, I was like 9070. That's like an ancient, like Nvidia GPU.
You thought 970? That's weird.
Yeah, like the Nvidia 970.
Yeah, what the
Flex.
fuck? I'm up to date.
Gosh. Yeah, I'll get clear. To be fair, this stream's a little choppy by its normal Monsanto wilds. Yeah, this game tends to be a little choppy.
I mean, fair enough. This game still hasn't been fucking optimized yet.
Mhm.
Alright, let's see. What do I have here? What Lagia
Look at the head.
quest do I have? Oh, okay, never mind. I only have 2 Lagia quests and none
my
of
God.
them give gems.
Let me hit your head, bro. Oh. Okay, got it. Oh, hey, don't look at me. Don't look at me. No, 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 no. Come on.
Oh, look at him, look at him. He's a handsome man.
True. As I'm more handsome, though. Can you even cut the tail with a light bow gun?
If you have piercing, yeah.
Oh, hold on. Oh, that's not piercing. Oh! Oh, Rathalos is here. Hello. Look at that.
Yes.
Come on, let your,
I'm playing
let your
Outer
tails
Wilds
intertwine.
while I'm hanging out with the. I don't know if Oregi is playing, but I
Oh,
think
oh.
Razme is playing Monhan.
Nice. I got 2. I got both. Yes.
Have you played this game?
Oh, the lag is exhausted.
Oh, the sensitivity feels so high after Valorant.
Bro, there's literally a dude fighting you, yet you want to chase me.
What do you mean? He clearly loves you. Why didn't
Yeah,
you
yeah.
reciprocate it, man?
No. My love for another monster is someone else.
Okay, I think I'll probably end the call.
Another
right now.
monster?
Yeah. The 2 dragons are getting freaky. True.
Alright, guys, I think I'll leave the call. I'm playing some Outer Wilds now.
Okay.
Have fun with your
Okay.
Monster Hunter.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Have fun.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bro, you're literally getting hit by the other dragon. Yet.
Alright. I forgot what we were doing the last time. Let's find out. Yeah, we were exploring Brittle Hollow. The Hanging City. Northern Glacier, right? We need to get to this place. What is that? Ember Twin, Ash Twin. We want to go there. Okay, where do we want to land? Oh my god. And I damaged my landing gear, that's okay. Flying this ship on a mouse and keyboard is a choice, but then I'm not really good with a controller, so I just prefer this anyway. I think I gotta go back. I still don't know what's up with that. The interceptor, interloper. What was this place again? Oh, this was the black hole? Like the teleport location. If you get to the white hole, then you can come back here. But how do I get... Okay, this... We can try landing here, I think. Brittle hollow projection stone. This is the top of the tower we were under, right? Yeah, I think we went there. We couldn't climb up to the top. Let's see if we can do it now. What is this? Okay. Need this. I'm at the shuttle. I'm ready to make my first pilgrimage to the quantum moon. This is exciting. You're almost ready, but there's still one more rule you need to learn. Come see me at the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. The tower is on the opposite side of Brittle Hollow. If you follow the path west to the crossroads, you can reach the tower from there. My gratitude for the direction. Okay, wait. Follow the path west to the crossroads. You can reach the tower. I think I reached the tower last time, but then pathway was broken, so I couldn't. I can climb to the top of the tower. Whoops. The shuttle is currently resting at the quantum moon. Oh, this is that place. Activate the gravity cannon. I don't understand what this does, to be honest. Does it just... So if there's a shuttle there, it'll push it out, I think. This should bring it back. Whoops. Those are some really brittle signboards. Wait, where's my phone? Give me a second, let me find my phone. Oh, there it is. Why do I keep getting Discord pings? Okay, wait, just a second, I'll need to do something real quick. Um... I just need to upload a file real quick. I hope my Chrome is muted. Okay, that seems to be working. Oh my god, my model has gone. Let me do this real quick. Oh, I should probably have paused the game. Oops. I'm gonna run out of loop time. Whoopsies. Okay, we have a model now. Let's go. And I'll add some text here too. Okay, we are good to go. Oh my god. Do you guys think I can make it there? Probably not, right? Is that the Hanging City? Oh my god. I'm running out of oxygen. What is that? I don't know where this leads. I guess we just go here. What is... That looks so pretty though. Oh, we're at the crossroads. It's the dome. That's the Hanging City. The Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Gravity Cannon. Oh my god, please don't fall off. Glowing, shiny, what is this? Black Hole Forge District, Eye Shrine District, Meltwater District, School District. 1, 2, 3. So school, meltwater. Oh my god. I need some trees, please. Trees. Please. I see trees. That was close. The Ashton project requires a powerful, highly advanced warp core. How should we obtain it? Is that it? Okay. Okay. Why do they let us remove the scrolls? Is there a point to it? We could craft a new advanced warp core inspired by the vessel's warp core. Abandoning the vessel's warp core and its casing means losing valuable knowledge. This is true, however, it's knowledge we have little hope of recovering. It would be best to relearn, I think. Kind of agree. I would very much like to craft such a powerful core. More relevantly, I believe the Black Hole Forge crew and I could recreate the basic design. This is the safest path for our clan. The greatest challenge here, I think, is we don't even have the design for such a powerful core or any of the original crafters of the vessel's core. No, but Pokey was apprenticed to Anona, who created the original design, and our Black Hole Forge is adept at crafting simpler cores. I believe I can be of use here. The vessel's warp core was created before my time, but Anona explained many of his designs to me. Is the safest path the best one? Our goal is worth the risk. Is it though? We've tried for so long to find something that I and the others now believe might be impossible to find. If the search for the eye is a futile one, we should choose the option with the least potential for harm. Okay. Is this like their version of communicating via emails? They just wrote messages on a wall for each other? Yes, that's what it sounds like. It just sounds like email conversations. I feel strange trying to recreate Annona's warp core without him. At times, it still feels strange to no longer be his very young apprentice, but for the Black Hole Force to be in my care and not his. Hypothesis: this will always feel strange. Even though my time with him was short, I missed my old mentor deeply. Aw. To have the chance to try is thrilling, but I don't want to disappoint everyone. I think I can do this, probably. But what if excitement has clouded my assessment of my own abilities? Was I wrong in volunteering to build it? I was born in the star system and never saw Anona's warp core with my own 3 eyes. I only know what he taught me. What if I've bitten off a larger portion than I can consume? Still, all I can give is my best, and as Anona would say, will my best prove insufficient, then we will have to find another way to achieve what's needed. I have Clary and Root in the forge, and I have my clan. I am not alone. Okay, we'll go up later. Let's read what's that? Okay, this place has a lot to discover. Solution 1. We could retrieve the warp core from the vessel. This would require a return to Dark Bramble. Bloom, my father, said many good Nomai perished there. My mentor, Coleus, and his old mentor once discovered and studied an anglerfish fossil on Ember Twin. Using that knowledge, we could avoid the anglerfish entirely. What? Anglerfish? Are there anglerfish? I remember that anglerfish fossil. We used to play in Fossil Fish Cave when we were children. What Meloray and I learned from that fossil would theoretically help us evade the anglerfish, but our hypothesis was never tested on a live specimen. The vessel's warp core is broken at best. Recall those present when the vessel crashed said it sustained lethal injuries. There is no guaranteed reward for this risk. Perhaps we could still repair it. My grandmother told me there was little time to assess the nature or extent of the damage. Even if it no longer functions, the old core could be a valuable blueprint, provided we're able to transport it back here. Okay, one thing I have to say, I never know what order to read these in, and I feel like that might be by design, given the fact that, you know, the developers designed this system of writing. Oh wait, that reminds me, our Otter and Thran here, they requested me to sing, but I didn't want to sing while we were collabing. If not, I'll just refund the redeems, I guess. Yeah, I think I'll just refund them. Okay, down or up? Up or down? I think going down is easier, so maybe we go up while we have a path to go up. I'm scared. What if I go there and I can't come back anymore? Is it worth going up there? You know what? Adventure. We are adventurers. Let's just do it. Okay, we have a thing for choosing the direction here, so it's not that bad. Just a second. Okay, I'll probably need to take a break and sometime I'll have to call my family for a bit. I have a message from my dad asking me if I'm free to talk. So, yeah. I think as soon as this loop resets, which should be pretty soon. Oh, there's a sneaky little entrance here. Oh, I could have refueled up there, but it's fine. Ah, it's fine. Toast? Oh my god. Wait, how did I... Okay. Um, Explanation of festivals. All the Nomai clans from all over the universe meet in one place to share what they've learned in science and art. It's called a festival. A festival of knowledge, okay. At some festival, one clan's big discovery can mean all the Nomai get to advance too, like Anona's warp core, which made it so everyone can warp long distances and explore more. Okay. Each clan has a festival envoy to show their most interesting work. Our envoy was Thatch. A single festival could last a long, long time. We can't go because we're stuck here, but Felix says we used to go to. Don't forget, festivals happen every 10 years. Okay. Ooh, what was that lag? Formation of this universe. No one knows how this universe was made, but one thing we do know is everything used to be very hot and very dense, tightly packed together. As this early universe expanded, it also cooled down. Once it cooled down enough, particles were able to group together to form things like galaxies, stars, and planets. Since then, space has continued to expand at a faster and faster rate, which is hard to think about for too long without your brain hurting. This universe will keep getting colder and larger until one day the stars and the life they support will all die. It's scary to think about, even though Konai tells me it won't happen in our lifetimes, but it'll happen in someone else's someday. Okay. Ooh, I want to get there. Ah, it's cool. Isn't this home? We have the gravity walls. First floor was the school, right? Meltwater District, Eye Shrine District, Black Hole Forge District. We're currently at the Meltwater District. Wait, I think we explored Meltwater District. Or if not, I'll come back later, that's fine. I want to go to the Forge. But also the Eye Shrine sounds interesting. How do we get up there? Just jetpack? That must be the titular Eye Shrine. Where does this come from? Oh no, I'm out of time. I am out of time. No, 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 no. Okay, please stay. Oh no, there's no one here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back here. Whoopsie. Okay, I will take like a 5 to 10 minute break maybe. I'll go speak to my parents. I will get some food in my system and then I will be back. Uh, okay, yeah, I'm gonna take a short break. Okay, I'm back for now, but I will have to. Like, I called my parents and they were out, so they said they might call me back in like 5-10 minutes. So yeah, I might need to go again in some time, but yeah, until then, let us continue. I had some pizza. Give me a sec, I should wash my hands. Let us continue with our exploration. Let me put my chat back on my phone. Um, 1 second. Okay, sorry, I am back. Oh wait, I forgot to put my chat up on my phone. I just looked at some memes that my friend sent me and... What am I? Oh, that's the waterfall. And back to Brittle Hollow we go. For like the 5th, maybe 6th time, I don't know. I know I could just go somewhere else for a bit, but I feel... I don't know. What's wrong, but part of me just likes to, finish with a task before moving on to something else. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Can we just land, please? Okay. I'm still so bad at controlling the ship. Are we fixed? I think so. Okay, so there was a... There was a shortcut somewhere in the waters. Was it this side or that side? think it was that side. I'm not gonna find it, am I? I'm gonna refuel before I go, but I'm just trying to find out. Where that one shortcut was. Okay, I'm getting my phone call. I'll have to be back in a bit. And I'm back. They're still out. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Alright, hopefully this time I am back for real, for real. Okay. Where do I find the refuel? Here. That's great. Okay. You know what? Let's... I really want to find that shortcut. There you go. Oops. A little bit of damage, that's fine. We need to get to those, yeah, the... Whoa, 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 what is this? been here before. But we never went into this. Oh, why is it so choppy? Oh my god, why is it? Oh my god. What does that do? Oh. What the? Should I think I should put it up right. Then I can probably go there. Let's see. Oh my god, why is the game so choppy now? It was running so well before I took my little break. I had 0 issues, but now... Okay, let's... let's go back. Ooh, the lags. Isn't it weird they're all just like... This is random skeletons lying around? I no longer believe, as I did as a child on Ember Twin, that the eye of the universe, the source of the signal, wishes to harm us. But it may not want to be found either. So Solanum was native to this system, to Ember Twin? Was Solanum not a Nomai? The terrible circumstances of our arrival here were almost certainly exactly that circumstance. I suspect imagining we are special to the eye in some ways wishful thinking. The eye might have called out to any sentient species. Or it might not have been calling out at all, and that my ancestors heard the eye signal holds no great deep meaning. This wouldn't be so bad, I think. In fact, the eye may not have wishes at all. We have no evidence supporting this. That's what I was thinking from the beginning, right? Like, these guys are so obsessed with finding the eye, like the eye called to us and all, but maybe it was just the universe, like a sun going supernova or something, and they got the signal of whatever energy that gives off. Maybe the very event that is happening every like 22 minutes is what they saw because of some like weird time travel shenanigans. I don't know, man. I don't know. What we know is this: the source of the signal, which we've chosen to call the eye of the universe, is older than this universe itself. The rest we have yet to learn. Enter and open your mind to its possibilities. So that's just it, isn't it? They saw... It's just a closed time loop. They saw the signal. They saw that it was older than the universe. They came here. They created all of this like white hole, black hole, warp travel technology. And then at the end of our loop, like the world we are living in, the sun explodes, and that energy maybe like goes into the white hole portal thingy and goes back in time, and that's how they see it in the first place. So that's like, cause and effect. Like they caused themselves into seeing the eye signal. The eye is older than this universe, so imagine how much it could teach us. Suppose the eye is a more advanced being. The eye is the source of the signal that brought us here. It's definitely not a being, dude. That clearly is like an exploding star or something. Perhaps it is a cosmic library. How can the eye be older than the universe itself? Suppose it is a relic from a previous universe. The early universe was unimaginably hot and dense. If anything existed before, it would have been destroyed. Suppose the universe is older than previously assumed. What is the eye's signal? Suppose the eye wishes to communicate. In the signal, we were able to determine the eye's approximate age and perhaps its lack of age. The signal is the eye's voice. It speaks a language we don't yet know. Maybe the signal is the eye's attempt at expressing itself. The signal is a call. Were we the intended audience? Dude, no, I think you're misunderstanding everything. I don't think it was a call. I think the signal was just a signal. Ah. Oh my god, please no. No, 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 no. Okay, let's find ourselves what is that? Oh, there it is. No, wait, is that? That is something else. That is the warp station, isn't it? So then what is that? Oh, I am low on fuel. Is this like just debris? I think it's just debris from Brittle Hollow. But why is it here? You know what, never mind. I need to get back. Oh no, please, 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 please. What? I'm gonna die here, am I not? This is not even the place. Oh my god. I am so lost. You know what? I might need to turn up gamma on my monitor because I can barely see anything. Like, god damn, I can't see. Dude, where is the... Bruh. That. I am so close to dying, man. Oh my god, yeah, I'm gonna die. I'm straight up gonna die in space. Bye-bye. Damn, that's like the worst fate though. Suffocating in the vastness of dark, empty space. Holy. That was kind of a waste of a loop. I didn't achieve much. I like how you, when you wake up after suffocating, you take a deep breath. Black Hole Forge is suspended below the Hanging City. I found a switch in the Meltwater District that raises and lowers the forge. Black Hole Forge District is the highest district in the Hanging City. A nomai named Poke plan to create a new advanced warp core in the Black Hole Forge. Okay. Give me a second. Thanks for the follow, Wampy. Hello. A black hole. I know my name Poke plan to create a new advanced warp core in the Black Hole Forge. Okay. The Nomai learned how to evade anglerfish, theoretically at least, by studying an anglerfish fossil they found on Ember Twin. Wampy, do you stream dev? What do you mean by dev? I mean, yeah, I do some development, yes. But like on my streams, I mostly just play games. Yeah, I do work as like a software developer and a researcher. Do you stream? Let me shout you out. Toothless Wampy. Oh, you were playing Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah, that game was free a couple of weeks ago, right? I got it, but I haven't played it yet. Espresso? No worries. A friend of mine suggested me to try Outer Wilds. Yeah, it's a... I mean, I've only played like, I don't know, maybe 8 hours. I hope it's fun. Yeah, it's like super... How do I put it? Like, if you enjoy like solving a mystery while exploring stuff, it's a really interesting game. So it's basically like the main premise is that every 22 minutes of real life time, the sun that you see, it basically goes supernova and explodes. But for some reason, oh wow, there's the phantom moon. But for some reason, I am trapped in a time loop. So every time I die, I go back, I wake up like 22 minutes before the end of the world, basically. So yeah, then I need to like explore space and go to other planets and find out like these secrets. There was this race called the Nomai who did a lot of research into, you know, astrophysics and all that. So I need to like read their notes and stuff and figure out what happened. And what happened to the Nomai, because they just disappeared one day. So yeah, it's super interesting premise, and it's like solving a mystery about whether we can save our sun and our galaxy. Now, which way was the... Oh my god. Scary? I think it was somewhere here. There's a shortcut. There you go. So the planet we're currently on has like a very... It's called Brittle Hollow, because it's literally like a brittle planet with a hollow interior. So the crust keeps falling into a black hole that's formed at the center of the planet. Don't ask me about like the science of it. I don't know if that makes complete sense. I don't know if a planet can even survive with a black hole in its center, but yeah, that's the black hole. I'm scared of looking. It kind of causes space-time to warp, so that's why the geometry looks so weird. Like it's flickering because there's a black hole at the center there. So yeah, we're trying to explore this planet to find out all of the lore that's here. Whoa. Oops. Wait, there's no exit up here? I guess not. So then how would we get up there? We'll figure that out later. Wait, let me... Okay, let's first go here and figure out what we've missed. we finished reading already. Thanks for checking in, Neko. Hope you have a great stream. Let me shout you out, although I don't think there's anyone in my chat right now. There you go. The signal is the eye's voice. It speaks a language we don't yet know. Or maybe the signal is the eye's attempt at expressing itself. The signal is a call. Were we the intended audience? I don't think so. I think we finished exploring. Oh my god, why is it lag? There's something there. I imagine I've been hard on Pokey again. This in turn means I made things difficult for her sister, Clary. Okay. If Pokey and I are oil and water, Clary is our emulsifier. Okay, that's an interesting metaphor. She certainly makes us a better team than with mixing through shaking, although sometimes I would like to shake Pokey. Jokes aside, suppose my own fear of never finding the eye prompted my argument with Pokey. That would be immature of me. I should apologize, at least to Clary, who could then tell Pokey. Okay, I think I should apologize directly, no? Never be afraid of apologizing, guys. That's the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Can I make it through this hole? Nice. Are these beds? Dude, these are such interesting beds. I would actually legitimately like to lie down on one of these. It would fix my back. How to... Oh my god. Black hole forge controls are down there. Okay, how do we get up there? That is the question, isn't it? We read this. I think we have. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we read this. This is the first place we explored when we got here. I really want to go up to... Please don't. Okay. I really want to go up there, but how? Wait, why did I pull out my... Oh. Okay, I've read this before. It's fine. Oh, I hate that. The micro stutters. Whoops. here. Okay, how do I get up there? That is the question, isn't it? Oh, Fnatic versus BBL. That match. Oh my god, no please, no please. Nice. I would very much like to go. Okay. Okay, this is a precarious position we are in, but question is, can we make it? We can try. If we fail, we die. So like, no pressure, okay? No, no. No, 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 no. Okay, bye-bye. So when you fall into the black hole, you emerge out of the white hole. Wait, did we ever go to the land on the thing, the gravity cannon or whatever it's called, and giant steep? I don't think we did. Dude, where is where's the freaking portal to go back? There. Oops, wrong button. No, 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 too fast, too fast. Oh my god. I am so badly hurt. That's fine, we don't need much fuel now. We should be good to go. As long as we got oxygen, we are good to go. Okay, now we just wait here. We should be gone in now. Okay, we're back on Brittle Hollow. That sound is interesting. Okay, let me read the timings. Yeah, that's always cool. Let's refuel. Oh my god, almost out of fuel. And let's find our way back into the... Dude, how do I make it to the black hole forward? I still don't get it. Wait, I went too far. I should have gone back to the ship and healed up, shouldn't I? Dude, how do I... Can I get on the black hole forge if I move it down? But then it's down by default, isn't it? Or am I supposed to... How long does it take? Oh. I'm wondering if I'm supposed to... Like, is it supposed to be a speed check? Like, you move it down and then you go run up, try to jump onto it? No, I don't think we'll have time for that. You know what, I'll move it down again. Let's just... Oh, bad idea, bad idea. Oh. Hello, whiteness, my old friend. I've come to fall in you again. What is that? What? I'm dead. I'm dead. I should have healed before. But that's fine. Okay, let me take some time to read all my entries on my ship's computer to figure out what to do next. I don't know how I can get into the black hole forge right now. That thing always goes in a different direction though, the probe or something. Okay, let me take stock of my situation right now. Okay, Quantum Moon, Solanum Shuttle. One final rune. Do we need to do this before we can go to? I guess so. Quantum Grove. Northern Glacier. You could go to the... Oh... So I'm supposed to get inside the statue workshop somehow, right? By swimming. But do I need a way to get under the current? Do I want to try landing there? It's gonna be so difficult to land though. I could park my ship there next to Giant's Deep. Sync motion and then get out, and I could do that. I could do that. We also need to find the escape pods. Oh, there's so much happening though. Black Hole Forge. Where's the Black Hole Forge? I still don't know how to get inside the forge. I can lower it or raise it. But how does that help me? Okay, let's see. What should we do this time? Should we try to... Yeah, let's try to look into this. Yeah, let's try to get on that, like, the space station or whatever that's orbiting Giant's Deep. Oh, look, is that the orbital probe that's going? Into the distance. Wait, are there two of them? I see two blue dots. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm feeling very disorganized right now. I'm scared of going to Dark Bramble. Does not seem like a hospitable environment. Where is the big green planet? What are... Huh? I never noticed those constellations. Where is... Oh, there you are. You know what? Let's autopilot for a bit. And then we will get out of our ship and try to get on the space station or whatever it's orbiting. Satellites. It's moving so fast though. Yeah, I need to get there, but those things are moving real fast. And so am I. Okay, can we just... Okay, the planet itself is moving at me. How am I supposed to survive that? This is rough. How do I get on the cannon, orbital probe cannon launcher thingy? How do I get on those things without losing my ship? Rough. I think I'm just gonna have to YOLO it and lose my ship. No? Or I could land my ship on the planet. No, that's not gonna work. I'm never gonna be able to... If I go under this gas cover, then I'll never be able to leave, right? Let's YOLO this. Well, screwed. Oh, my ship is right here. Maybe a bit less screwed then. Oh. want to get on those things, man. But it's gonna be... Yeah, it's past. No, I don't want to fall into the... Oh, no. Oh, my trusty ship is right here, though. Dude, how on earth am I supposed to get into the space station thingy? This is... surely I'm missing something, right? Is this Gabro's island? Oh. This is... Have I been to this island before or no? Is that? Okay. Alright, what's damaged? There. Ooh. Hello? I am struggling so hard right now. Oh, that was... $55. What the heck? I'm so done. I am so done. Okay, how do I get up there though? Can I go around? Oh my god. I hate the player controller in this so much. Please. Oh my god. Okay, I think I need to move the ship. There's nothing else I can do about this. Please. No, 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 no. Oh, is it time? Has the sun died already? That was quick. Okay, we are fully repaired now. That was huge struggle. Dude, what the hell? Why is my ship just... Oh my god, just calm down. Okay. Straight up, straight up, straight up. Turn, 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 turn. Go to the front. You know what? Let's see if this works. Okay, oh no, 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 no. That's a horrible idea. That's a horrible idea. Ah, controlling the ship with a keyboard is impossible. Ah, I don't want to get my controller though. I might just have to. To be honest, I'm just as bad with the controller because I think I only played like one game with a controller and it was like a story-based game. It's like Life is Strange, I think is the only game I've played with controllers. I have no skills with the controller. Okay, okay, please, no, no, don't fall. Fell into the water. Okay, it's fine. Let's just leave. And I don't think I'm gonna make it there either, so wait, can we? What is that campfire though? Oh wait. I think we landed right on top of it. Great. What did we damage this time? What happens if I doze off? What's the point of dozing off? Aside from wasting time, of course. Does roasting a marshmallow do anything? Oh my god. Look at that island. Okay, so did I waste all that time getting to this campfire for no good reason? Hey dog, I forgot to DM you about the challenge. Yeah, no problem. I think Kyle and you are the only ones who have shown some interest right now. So if you are interested, then yeah, DM me, or I can DM you if you're interested. I think 2 people is enough. Maybe 3. I don't want too many people because if you have too many, then I'll need to focus on, like, split my focus among too many people. I mean, we can do it with 2 people, but yeah, 3 would be, I think, an ideal amount. Is the sun about to die? Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to watch that, right? No? I guess not. I see. Well, happy gaming. Thank you. Yes, let's try to go to Dark Bramble for the first time. I don't think we have much time before the sun explodes and everybody dies. Okay, let's just see what this is about. Okay, low gravity. Really low gravity, it's so hard to control. Okay. Nice place. Nice place. Lots of thorns. I guess we need to go inside those, right? Wait. Can we not? Okay, this is... How are we supposed to navigate this? It's like one of the seeds that crashed on our Timber Hollow, right? Knowing that you're stuck in a time loop and you will, even if you die, you wake up, it kind of reduces. What the hell? Whoa. Oh my god. Holy. That was so scary. I was just about to say that knowing that he'll come back to life no matter what makes things less scary, but then seeing a giant anglerfish is still super scary. So wait, are those lights anglerfish lights? Dude. I have no idea where I'm going. I don't think... I don't think there's a point to being here, because I have... Oh my god. I don't know how to navigate this place. Okay. I thought the loop would end real soon, but... Okay, I guess we're gonna die of low oxygen then. You know what? Let's get eaten by an anglerfish. I hope it's not too loud. Loud noises scare me. Holy... Okay, about what I expected. Anglerfish fossil. The Nomai talked about some anglerfish fossil, which would, like, studying that let them figure out how to theoretically avoid the anglerfish. Didn't we have some sort of a fossil in the observatory up there? I feel like we did. No? Oh no, oh no. Well, how did I survive that? I forgot that I didn't have my jetpack yet. Rip, rip. Still need to help Feldspar. There's just so many loose threads that I still have no idea how to tie up. Helping Feldspar, who's stuck in one of the seeds from the dog bramble. I guess before I help him, I need to figure out how to navigate the dog bramble seeds. This anglerfish specimen was found attached to the landing gear of one of our ships that flew close to Dog Bramble. It appears well suited to living in dark places with minimal atmosphere. That's not the fossil though. It's an actual living specimen? Man. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That's so cool. Let's go back to the launch tower. Okay, that's one way to die. What the hell? Oh my god. That was funny. That was funny. Dude, I really want to go there, but how do I get there? Like, how do I land on that thing? Hmm. Um, Give me a second. Um, Koi is streaming. Let me drop a lurk. Wait, I'll use my other computer for this. Oh my god. Okay, lurked successfully. Now, TV sent me something. Okay, good. He got his character on Arc Knights. Uh, Give me a second. Uh, I'm sorry, I'm just catching up on some messages from friends. Okay, should be good now. Um, okay. We should be good to go. Mm, okay, yeah, let's get back. Oh no, I forgot to... I should have paused it. I hate that. Hate that for myself. Okay, there is like so much to do. So much that I have no idea what to do next. Okay, how about we go to Brittle Hollow? We go to the crossroads and we the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. We tried going there, but I think the pathway was broken, so we couldn't climb it. So what else? We could go to the dome. Does the crossroads lead there? It should. There was a diagram. We can try going into the dome thingy. Yeah, the dome we can see at the top of the planet right there. Oops. What do you mean unidentified signal nearby? Thatch says, Plume, Felix, and I have determined this atypical shard of rock is the reason objects in this grove are behaving in a quantum manner. The only other object we've observed displaying this quantum behavior is the wandering moon. I imagine the moon's behavior in these groves are related. In her note from earlier, Felix mentions the strange type of rock isn't found elsewhere on Brittle Hollow. What if it isn't originally from this planet? I mean, that's not far-fetched. To think about, hypothesis, this quantum shard is from the wandering quantum moon. Perhaps it is even a small piece of the moon itself. Off note, a unique signal is coming from the shard. Curiously, our friend, the wandering moon, sounds the same. I've also heard the same signal the shard produces calling out from Giant's Deep, Timber Hearth, and the Hourglass Twins. Suppose there are other shards like this one. Wait, there's one on Giant's Deep? Did we find it? I don't think so. Let me drink some water, please. We've seen the one on Timber Hearth. We've seen the one here. Hourglass. Is that basically all of the planets? Interesting. I'm literally on top of one of the shards. So if I look away, it goes away. So if I just occlude my vision, then it doesn't disappear. The logic for making it disappear involves being out of sight. I see. Okay, anyway, so this is the top of the tower, I think. Immediately lies the tower quoting knowledge. If you're preparing the day, descend the steps at the entrance below the location. The knowledge held within this one, okay. How do I get inside? The southern observatory is south. Big surprise. Oh. Dude, this is like the worst design for a tower, no? What do you mean you can only enter it by climbing the walls? Just put an entrance here. Oh my god. Ouch. How? How? Oh my god. Can I... What the hell? How do I move this? There. Quantum fluctuations. Tower shard, okay. Grove shard. Unknown. 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 Okay, man. I would like very much to go to the southern observatory, but maybe this way. The crossroads. How the hell do I get to the southern observatory? Huh. Okay, how do I get... That's the black hole forge, isn't it? Is it? Kinda looks like it. It's the tower. Dude, how do I get to the southern observatory or whatever that is? The gravity cannon. Where is this southern observatory? And how do I get there? That? No, that's not south. Dude, I am so confused. The crossroads. How do I reverse this? Oh, I am so confused. Oh, I see. Never noticed this path before. Crossroads. One way to the forge, the tower, the orbital cannon, the gravity cannon. How? Oh, so there's no way directly. We need to. Okay. The tower. Should I go back to the tower then? Hanging City. Gravity cannon. Oh my god, what's happening to my ship? Almost fell. My ship is getting wrecked over there. How do I walk up there? Gravity Crystal Workshop. I've never been there. Have I? Okay, what do we have here? Oh, that doesn't look good. What is that? The journey here from the South Pole has been, I'm going to go with harrowing because of the all of the meteors. But hey, at least I made it here unconcussed and not on fire. Okay, let's see. I poked around a little and there's some sort of old nomai path that starts across from my campsite inside the ruined building with trees growing out of it. Doesn't look like anything horrible, just stairs leading down. I can handle stairs. After I get my supplies together, I'll follow the path and see where it leads. Is this Raybeck's notes? This was underwhelming. Oh no. Ouch. Okay, so like I'm at the Hanging City again, which is great. But how do I get to the... How do I get to this... the Black Hole Forge here? Because these towers, they're broken. What am I missing about these? Are there trees somewhere here? Oh wait, I'm low on fuel, not oxygen. Okay, I get? Is it time? I think it is time. Look at that. Surely that's what they saw when they saw like the eye of the universe, right? Surely. Hmm. Uh, Give me a second, okay? I'll just turn on the Fnatic versus BBL match on my tablet. Breeze. Okay. All right. Dude, how on earth? Okay. Let me just think. Let me think. Okay. There's supposed to be an entrance. Okay, let me square this. Maybe this. There's supposed. Hell. The vessel, old settlement. Beneath brittle hollow surface that leads to the observatory. One starts at the gravity cannon and the other starts at the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Okay. Okay. We go to the gravity cannon on the Tower of Quantum Knowledge and try to make our way to what is that? Dark bramble. Why does it look so not spiky? Okay. So like This is the tower. Okay. Not bad. This is the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. So we can take these stairs to go down. Oh, okay now. Ah. South, south, south. I need to go south. How do I get there? This way. It has to be this way, right? Huh? What is the point of this? I don't get it. Dude, what am I stuck on? What is that? Oh, it's one of the... Okay, okay. The Southern Observatory. How do I get to the... South 550 meters. Dude, I don't know how to get there. Do I need to go down first? Oh. Probably go down first. South, south, south. Dude. I really don't get it. How am I supposed to do this? How do I get to the... Oh my god, BBL almost dying up the game. Oh, this is rough. For a fanatic. Huh. Okay, I just looked it up online. People are saying the gravity cannon path is probably easier. So, yeah, I might as well try the tower path if you're here. But then someone said try to leave early before the path starts falling apart. So if that's a thing, if it's possible for the path to just not be there if you're late, then I don't know what to do about it. Oh, I see. Interesting. Oh no, that's not good, that's not good. Shit. Yeah, might be screwed now. Yeah, I think I'm screwed because I have no trees around. Ah, it's over. Yeah, I'm gonna suffocate to death anytime soon. Okay, at least I figured out how the path goes. Somewhat. Oh, my model was not tracking for a bit. Oops. That gasping breath and waking up after suffocating, it's so cathartic. Okay, we do have some idea though. Okay, now the question is, we kind of figured out halfway through the path to Southern Observatory from the tower. Do we want to do the same thing or do we want to go gravity cannon? Because people online are saying that the gravity cannon path is easier. What? Dude, autopilot sucks. I looked away for a second. Oh my god. Is it fixed? swear to God, if it crashes into that thing. Okay, good. You know what? I see the tower, so I'm gonna go to the tower again. Let's just figure out how to do this from the tower. What the hell? Hello? Did the quantum shard teleport inside me or something? What the hell happened there? Oh no, it's not looking good for Fnatic. RIP. Okay, let's try to go faster this time without dying though. So I think the important thing here is to follow the lights. I didn't realize how important that would be. Just look for the torches to figure out where to go next. It seems to be the key. Didn't we go the other way? Oh, I see. This is an alternate path. That probably falls into the black hole pretty quickly. Dude, I think we're almost there. Dude, how am I supposed to do this? Hello? Yeah. Oh wait, I survived. I could have just survived that by rushing. I thought I would die instantly. Such a huge waste of time. Now where is that? Dude, where? Brr. Oh my god. Sorry, I was watching the match for a second. Fnatic in a... Oh my god, Bolster in a 1v1 to save the map, please. You know what? I kind of just want to reset the loop right now. I don't want to deal with this. Yeah, you know what? Okay, there it is, there it is. Okay, Bolster won the 1v1. I mean, he lost his life, but he prevented the defuse, which is all that matters. Dude, stop. Stop moving away. Yeah, this is... Oh my god. This is kinda cooked, mate. That's fine, we can refuel at the... Boom. And imagine if we could do this kind of warp travel in real life. Okay, let's refuel. No. Oh no, they win. Fnatic lost the first map, I think. Okay, Alright, this entrance would take me to... the Hanging City. Okay. How do I get to the Black Hole Forge, man? Are we right under the portal thing? Black hole, white hole portal. Oh my gosh, why is my game dying? You know what? I think that might be enough Outer Wilds for the day. I think it might be time to switch to doing like my gacha dailies or something. Imagine living in. Oh, is that the southern? No. What is that? That's not south though. It can't be the observatory. Ah. We're at the crossroads, the hanging city. Gravity cannon. Wait, let's refuel first, right? Is he above or below us? Eating marshmallow doesn't really help, does it? Tower of Quantum Knowledge, you know what? Let's just do this. Next time we try the gravity cannon. Dude. I'm like half dead already. How am I supposed to get past the... Oh no. Oh, like that. down. No, please, please, dear God, no, please. Oh my God. I thought I fell. Ah, I guess down it is. Well, that's it. Oh my God. Ah. What is that? Okay. Oops. Is it something that fell into the black hole? I guess so. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Should I try again? Maybe one last time. But yeah, I'm not gonna try to go back. I'll just try to die out here in space. Going back. Wait, my ship fell into the black hole? Huh. No, I missed. You know what? Let's just get this over with. Let's just... Can we go into the sun? How far is it? 20 kilometers. Yeah, we're not gonna make that far. Fuel levels critical. I'm gonna try to fall into the sun to die this time. Okay, it's gonna take a long time. Yeah, we're not gonna reach. It's fine. Okay, one last time. This time we go to the gravity cannon and we try to find our way to the southern observatory. I feel like we almost made it last time, but I just didn't know which way to go. Anything new on this? I guess not. Okay, what is this? Oh, it's the escape pod stuff, right? That's the tower. Do we just try the tower path again? You know what? No, let's not be stubborn. Right? Let's... What the hell is this? Yeah, I don't think I want to be here. Oh, this is the gravity crystal research facility or something. Where is the... Can you even see the gravity cannon from the surface? What is this? I am so sorry. Let's just get down here and see what we can figure out. Oh, we're back to this thing. Probably not the best place to land, though. Oh my god, no. No. Shit. Wait, can we? Oh my god. Holy. What a save. Ah, that was amazing. Okay. Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Where is the... It's the Hanging City. Okay, let's go to the gravity cannon. I see it. How do I get there? And what is happening to my ship? Oh, oh my god, the lag. Do I just go up? Okay. Oh, we're at the surface. Okay, that's the way we want to go. I hope both ways were good. Huh? I am so confused. No, no, no. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Here we go again. What happened to my ship? Oof. Dude, this is so dark I can barely make out anything. Where on earth is the... That's not it. Ah, you know what? I think it's time to call it. I'm gonna do... Oh, there you are. I'm gonna continue this game later. I'll probably just do some dailies on my gacha games now and then end stream. much time do I have? 7:08. That's like what? 12 minutes, a little less. 11 and something minutes. So we still have like 11 and something minutes more. Okay, which level? Okay, it's here. Man, I hate the way to the observatory. Although to be fair, from what I read online, it's one of the hardest parkour challenges in the game, so I guess it's fine. But it's not that hard, it's just tedious, it's difficult to do it, to figure out the correct route. I mean, I get so close so many times, but then I don't know where to go next. But look at that, there's lights there, there's lights there. Where am I supposed to go? This is not the path I took last time though, which is why I'm gonna go back. Okay. Great. I'm falling into the black hole again. Lork, I wanna play something, but I'm too lazy to do so. I don't know what to say. What do you wanna play? What kind of game? It's one of those moments. Should I just die out here in space? You know what, let's go to the sun when I'm about to play something, but then I rethink and don't. I don't know, you should play something that's chill, that doesn't make you, it doesn't feel like, it's stressful. Problem of having to, yeah. I am probably gonna switch games too. I've been trying to do, like, this game has a lot of things, like a lot of lore that you need to find out. So I've been trying to be done with this one planet for a long time, but then it's just not working. So I'll probably do it some other time. I'm browsing Xbox Game Pass and just wanna play this game. I want to press install. Yeah, I know that feeling. When I had Xbox Game Pass, I also used to be like, there's so many games, so many options, but then too many options makes you very indecisive. I am going to suffocate myself. And I will go play some, I think I'll do my Genshin dailies or something. Or if you want to play something together, I'm down, but I don't know what that would be. Yeah, let me stop this game for now. Only gacha I ever played was Wua. Yeah, I play Genshin and Wua. I really wanted to try like a Where Winds Meet and this new Arknight and Fields. They both look good, but then I don't want to start another. The thing is, if I start a game like Genshin and Wua, they're both pretty long, and sometimes they have very boring patches. But the thing is, I don't. I have commitment issues. I don't like committing to games, but then once I commit, I don't stop playing it. So yeah, if I start one of those games, then I'll probably be sucked into it, and I will waste a lot more time playing another game. So yeah, I'm sticking to just 2 gacha games for now. Let me start up Genshin. Unless you want to play something together, what could we play? Is there any like small free game? You can play Pico Park if you want. Have you played Pico Park? It's like you need to play together and solve puzzles. We could pull in other people. I think it's supposed like 8 or 10 people playing at once. No, but gonna be heading out soon. Okay, that's fine. I already started Genshin, but yeah, I was just offering just in case you still want to play something but don't know what to play. Let us switch games. Doing my gacha dailies. Genshin Impact. Let me get some water while it loads. Thanks for the hydrate, by the way. I did hydrate and now I'm out of water, so I'll get more. But the nice thing is I have a wireless headset, so I can still talk while I'm in the kitchen.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's
It's a
water
blue
is
wireless headset,
crisp
yeah.
and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In
Yeah, but the
Inazuma,
problem with the
the
wireless
water
headset is
possesses a
if I
depth
ever
of
like take a
flavor
break, like a
unlike any
bathroom
other.
break, I need to be very
Sumeru's
careful that I
water
mute
has a
everything
rich and
because I
complex
don't
flavor
want
profile
the stream to hear
that
me
must be
pissing.
savored patiently to fully appreciate.
Let's do Stygian Onslaught. Oh, why is it stuttery? Let me see if I have anything running in the background that I can close. Okay, Razmi stopped streaming, so I can close that tab. All right.
Settle down.
Flame. Cleanup sequence initiated. Dreams converge.
Let the mighty be humble.
Defense. Dendro damage. Defense. Oh my god, so much. The classic defense artifacts.
Silence.
Surge. You core lost left defensive mode engaged.
Settle down.
A new moon rises. Flame. Chorus, protector. Cleanup sequence initiated.
Bow your head.
Hello, Neppy Lippy. Let me shout out both of you. I forgot to shout out Holly too. MSO, the Holy Panchuchen. Hello, how are you guys doing? Hydro damage, but no crit. What is that a new emote? Nappy freaky. Yeah, I should have that too, right? Wait, did it just add it? Let me refresh my. Because I didn't see it just now. Yeah, I see it. Hey, why does it have a black background? You should remove the background, I think. Dang it. Fixing it tomorrow. Okay.
Silence!
Installation chamber deployed. A moonlit night for all. Wayne, you paralyzed the defensive mode engaged.
So many numbers on screen. EPs now. Good night. Good night. I should add a duck command too. Should we do it right now? Let me do it right now. Stream elements. I didn't even notice the black background because I'm always in dark mode. I have dark mode, but it's slightly different. It's like slight grayish, so I noticed the black background. Hi, Tiamago and Lurkies. Okay, Holly. Bye-bye. And bye-bye, Neppy Lippy. Let me add this the duck command. Streaming tools, no, chatbot, chat commands, custom commands, add new command. How do you get the name of the user who is using the command? Let me see. Sender.name. Okay. $sender.name and duck stash into bed. Let's try this. Wait, sender.name or user.name? Or do both work? Let's try this. Duck Neppy Lippy. It works. Oh, that worked. Nice. I should add some like emotes or something. What are some global emotes I can use for this? Half of the global emotes are just people's faces with slightly weird expressions. Um, yeah, I don't see any nice global emotes for this. It's okay. Or I could use a like an emoji, maybe. Bed emoji. Mm, okay, let's try this. I'm gonna delete the previous ones. Duck, nippy lippy. Yeah, that looks funnier. Okay, we can get back to the game now. HP with a crit rate. I mean, EM not bad. Crit damage, but mm, okay, more.
Settle down.
Surge. Cleanup sequence initiated.
Bow your head.
A new moon rises.
Silence.
Defense, no. Healing bonus. You.
Leave this place. Installation chamber deployed. A moonlit night for all. Cleanup sequence initiated. You almost left.
Bow your head.
Lag. No space in artifact inventory. I think we are done with our resin usage for the day. BBL Lovers Rock. This guy's in-game name is Lovers Rock. That's crazy. But he's playing really well. I think I saw him play really well in their previous match too. You know what? Let us go. Claim this. And after that, I will try to stream the
Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here
Wuthering
is your reward.
Waves quest, the Mornier's quest, because I still haven't done that. I still need to do these two. Okay, you know what? Let's do those then. Let's do the Exarai quests first. Let's wait, did I complete that event? I hope I did. Yeah, okay, oh, I'm going to have to make my choice tomorrow. Need to do this, but there's still a lot of time for this. Yes. Okay. You know what? I think I'm wondering whether to switch to Buva or yeah, actually I think I'll do Buva off stream because the game is too heavy for me to stream. It doesn't work a lot of the time. Oh my god, BBL is on 11? Yeah, I think Fnatic is not... I mean, to be fair, Fnatic is known for their 11 round comebacks, right? 11-3, 11-1. So this is the time. Let's finish this, I guess. Epilogue quest. Oh, it's such a shame she isn't voiced. Her VA was going crazy on Twitter. Even though it's just an NPC, she did a really good job and she was really proud of her work, which is like, it's nice to see, you know. It's just an NPC, but she wasn't like writing off her work as like, oh, it's just an NPC, it doesn't matter. She was really proud. She even had like stickers made of this character and stuff like that. It was just really heartwarming to see. Um, hmm, I have a lot of pending. Okay, let's just start getting these done. Okay. Oh, things are not looking good. Oh my god. Yeah, it's a 3v5 for Fnatic. It's rough. Well, it's
Dodoko. Hey there, Klee! Mr. Honorary Knight, Paimon! Dodoko needs help. Mom said you were coming, but I didn't know it'd be so soon. Dodoko? Oh, for Pete's sake! Is that the task? What? No, for Klee's sake. And for Dodoko, too. No, Paimon knows that. She was asking about the task. You know what that is, right? It's like a...
a task. That's very helpful. It's something that needs doing.
Yeah, something that needs doing. Oh, so like when I go blast fishing with Jumpy Dumpty? No. A task isn't just something you want to do. I'm confused. It's like when your mom tells you to do something. That's a task. Oh, thanks, Paimon. That kind of makes more sense, although not really.
Cute. Give me a second. I wanna hear the commentary on this. Oh no, they were doing so well. Like the last round of the Fnatic game. Oh, they were doing so well.
Anyway, let's go help them. Hold on. What kind of help does Dodoko need? Oh, right. Well, every Dodoko's gotta find a red 4-leaf clover to become a super special Dodoko. Then, Dodoko needs to become friends with lots of people and can make it through the Dodo King's trial. Once that's done, she can then become a super awesome Dodo Sorcerer! That's what Mom said anyway. Huh. A Dodo King being in charge of a Dodo Sorcerer. But specifically, What do we need to do? No idea. But Mom said that you two would tell me. Right. Well, let's have a look at this book. Oh, there's a note inside. Huh. Let's see what it says. At the first stage of the trial, Dodoko arrived in a forest of whispering Seems like part of a story. Oh, I know where that forest is. It's where I go to blast... where I go to play a lot. Come on, everyone. Follow me. All right, let's go.
She looks so cute. I don't like her. I mean, I don't want to be mean, but I don't like her ENVA that much. I feel like it's it's very obvious that it's like an adult person doing a baby voice. Whereas I think with the like the JP voice and all, it's a bit better. But yeah, the English Clevia is kind of like you can tell it's an older person doing a baby voice. But I mean, it's still cute. It's okay. You can like suspend your disbelief for a moment. Go to the Whispering Woods. Why could I not see that? Was I just being blind? How long do we have on the current banners? 11 days. When's the special program? Did we have it already? No, it's not. It's it'll probably be... Isn't it on Fridays? Did they announce it? Oh wait, we're just in the first half of the batch, right? Yeah, okay, there's still a lot of time. I was just looking at some leaks, and I thought that the new characters are close. Varka and Nicole, I think. Okay, let's go to...
What's with all the weird stuff around here? And why are there so many village? Huh? Maybe they... Oh, I bet this is where we find clothes. But the note said hurdles, not turtles. And whatever we're looking for is supposed to be... Is there no dodo device that can help us? Nope. What should we do then? Mom says the best thing to do... Yeah!
Settle down.
Oh my.
Forest protector.
He is kind of the definition of sweet motorcycle. Here are the turtles.
Alright, that's the hillager. And we didn't set the forest. I was extra careful with Jumpy Dumpty. I've been getting sent to confinement less and less. Nice job! Maybe sometime soon you won't have to go at all.
Why is she so big? Like, she's like 90% of the height of Aether right now.
If Master Jean would just likely blow the confinement room up... that's not really what Paimon had in mind. Yep. I found this in the hold... Huh! Another note! Yup. And it... Now then, Dodoko may or may not have blasted all the hurdles away, though the most direct approach is sometimes the most elegant one. Either way, thus did Dodoko make it to the second stage of the... Which coincidentally, was also the final stage. Dodoko proceeded to the banks of a lake of fallen stars, passed the final trial, and a lake of fallen stars. Let's go see what we can find. All right, Paimon's super curious about what this
Honestly, this whole Hexerai buff thing was really, really like a good thing. Buffing old characters, 1.0 characters, and having like these little quests and some lore explanation for it is really cool. Because I mean, minor spoilers for the Not Cry story, but I mean, you know, Lauma and what's her name, Arlecchino, they get the moon marrows, right? The iridescent moon for Arlecchino, and which one was it? The eternal moon for Lauma. And you know, lore-wise, that should make them stronger, but they're not gonna buff Arlecchino. But yeah, it would be really cool if they actually did that.
You got it. Me and Dodoko will get it open, no problem. Whoa, wait a second. They want to steal Dodoko's treasure, I just know it. Let's kick them out. Then we can open the box. Jump, go! Sparks and flash! Yeah. Phew, that's that. To know it implied things wouldn't be that simple. Guess it was because of those monsters. But that means we passed the trial. Yep. Oh. A hat for Dodoko. In the Dodo clan, only the awesomest and bestest. Their job is to help out and protect. That way, the other Dodokos will recognize. Oh. So exactly. The hat makes Dodoko a Dodo sorcerer now. She can use special spark magic to help.
Klee? The Knights have informed me about explosions being heard from the forest outside the city.
Mr. Honorary Knight, Paimon, a little help, please. That's because we cleared out a Hilichurl camp over there, and a bunch of... That's right!
And as for the fit...
I might have blasted them, but because there were...
I see.
They weren't not on purpose.
I noticed the destroyed camp on... Am I correct in assuming that's all the damage, Traveler?
The rest was Paimon's doing. That's all the damage.
Klee, come with me.
Oh.
Well, the Traveler's vouching for you, so I suppose your punishment will just have to be a meal at the Good Hunter.
Why does she sound so different?
You've been out and about all day. I'm sure you must be hungry.
You're the best, Master Jean.
You two are more than welcome to join as well.
Awesome!
Please don't tell me that they use like AI or something to make her voice, because like that sounds very different. Let me play some music. What should we play? You know what? Let's just go with our usual anime lo-fi stuff. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at Jean's voice lines.
I am Jean, the Dandelion Knight, requesting approval to join your party. From this day on, it's time to move on. We shouldn't stay here.
Okay, I guess she does sound like that.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them.
Given previous results, I should make a few adjustments to the experiment and ensure that the materials and equipment are all in order. As for the potion I need to make... Oh, Traveler, Paimon, what brings you here?
The new Sucrose VS sounds... Like she sounds very much like Jean, but slightly less serious, slightly younger Jean maybe. She doesn't sound as distinctive as the previous one.
We're here to help with your task. We wanted to see if you could use some extra hands.
My task? Oh, you mean the one Mr. Albedo told me about? The one from the Hexen Circle? Well, you're just in time. The experiment is ongoing, and I was just about to work on it.
Ongoing? So, you've been working on it all this time?
Yes, it aligns with other research topics I've been working on, so it hasn't been too much extra work. Still...
What? Is there a problem with the experiment?
I've been unsuccessful so far.
Oh, so
It's not as simple as just failing. The whole theoretical...
Oh, right!
One meant to develop a potion that can transform sweet flowers into a variant 16 times its normal size. That is to say, the formulation of botanical augmentation reagent type 4 iterations...
Wow! So, big...
Well, this is my 7th attempt. But I didn't make many adjustments to the formula this time.
But you haven't...
Yes. I'm thinking that it's not my current form...
Oh! Then Paimon knows just what to do.
Perhaps we could try adding a little essence of Paimon.
Well, that's why we're helping out. Wait a second! Paimon is not an ingredient...
We could try. It's just... I would need to adjust the ratios in the original...
No! We are not trying that! Just show us the original...
Here it is. That said, I'm still missing...
Now that we can help!
I need spring water from Springvale to use as the base, as well as Eye of the...
We've got this!
Let's tackle the Eye of the Storm first.
Bow your head.
Wait. You poor lost lamb.
Alright, that's the first ingredient done.
Wow. We can get the spring water down there.
How long do we have on these things? 23 days, 8 days. Yeah, I'll need to do...
The high quality of Springvale's waters makes for a stable potion-making ingredient.
I'll need to do the Imaginarium Theater within the next week. Maybe this weekend.
Right?
Yes. All right. The ingredients are ready and the cauldron is just over there, so we should be good to...
Is something wrong?
No. It's just... I know lots of people don't like being scrutinized during experiments. Thanks. Then, so, are you ready to start the...
Boop, 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 boop. This is like that game, mini game, the event. Each time there'll be squares. Beep, beep, beep. What is this turning rate? What do we need? Let's just put in everything.
That's it. Your execution was...
Really?
Yes, I don't see any flaws in the brewing at...
Wow.
Yes, like I said.
So?
Upon examination...
Oh!
Not necessarily. Come, let's test this thing out. We just need to douse...
Go to Dragon's Spine. I love how Dragon's Spine is like their experimental ground where they do all sorts of random shit. Albedo and
Snow is in fact one of water's natural
sucrose.
self-cleansing mechanisms. But human activity tends to reduce snow's purity, so do not consume it.
Oh, this is a... Ah, it's gonna turn it into a whopper flower, isn't it?
Growth serum on the flowers.
Yep. The flowers need to
What happens then?
The flowers will grow in size while maintaining as if some upper limit has been reached. They will
Wait, what? So there's a problem with the growth?
No. I've adjusted the formula. Issues like ensuring that the leaves don't get too...
So, what?
Because the flowers cannot transcend. As above, so below, is one of alchemy's guiding principles. It's like a specification etched into the law that governs all things. Part of the purpose of doing multiple experiments is to determine if this specification is stable.
Interesting.
Exactly.
Okay, this is all a bit over Paimon's head, but basically... Oh, what a weird experiment. Wait a second! That's not a sweet flower at all!
Careful! It's a whopper flower. It must have absorbed some of the potion. Wait, but that's happened before, and it's...
We can talk about this later!
Converge.
Preparing for Dusta.
Forest, protect us with one heart.
Animal hypostasis simulation! Absorption test!
Bow your head.
Phew! We did it!
I could only make a rough estimate during the battle. This means that the...
Wait, but
I'm still not sure what the implications are. That means that something's different. Perhaps the limits and laws of this world are changing due to some unknown factor.
You can't just say something like ground breaking like that in some optional character talent unlocking quest, man.
I can't say if that's good or bad, but from an alchemical perspective at least, either way. Seems... That said, it could also be an effect of the person who made the potion. There could also have been something special about this particular whopper flower. There's a lot that still needs to be confirmed, so I suppose this task opens the way for
What is
further
this
questions.
outfit? Like, why is there exposed skin?
Well, we're here if you ever need some help.
Could you try using that root ceremon? Give me a second. What the hell?
Just think about it! Paimon could probably beat a whole gang of treasure hoarders to a pulp if you were 16 times bigger!
I have my doubts. The only reason the serum worked on the whopper flower was because its internal structure was similar enough to a sweet flower. If you drank some, you might become 16 times bigger, but you might also turn into a plant-based life form.
Yeah, nope. That's not happening then. Oh, by the way, Paimon wanted to ask, why is all your research focused on things like sweet flowers and sunsettias?
Oh, that's simple. Both sunsettias and sweet flower nectar taste sweet. So in that sense, accidentally making a whopper flower 16 times bigger
Tastes exactly like sweet flower.
That's right. Once I've extracted the sugar from the nectar, I'll give you some.
You get it!
Do 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 do. Man, I should get to finishing all of this. Okay, you know what? Where is... Oh wait, for some reason I thought Bennett was one of the Hexerai characters, but he's not. I was just thinking, where's Bennett's, because that's the only character I really use. But then I realized he's already too meta for them to buff again. Let's do officials, I guess.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
Hey there, Catherine! Oh, and Oz and Fischl are here too! What a coincidence!
All things in this universe must plunge into darkness. 'Tis only natural that those who seek light should cross paths in the realm of dawn.
Mein Fräulein means to say she's happy to see you both. And I feel the same. It's been quite a while, Traveler and Paimon.
You're here just in time. Yai Publishing House has a commission for you, Traveler. Much of the information was kept from the guild for business reasons. All we know...
What? Surely you don't mean...
Wait, is this author really that important? What if we weren't here?
In that case, it'd be a free trip to Mondstadt where one needs only pass some information along. In any case, if the commission is of interest to you, the editor...
Hold on! I mean, halt thy steps, good traveler. Fate cast you upon the tides of the world, but not nay. You step forth onto the path of the Immonachreich.
What mein Fräulein means to...
Fischl seems really jazzed about this commission. Do you think she hasn't...
Well, let's head to the good...
Alright. Let's see who... Wait, you're Shing... Oh, Zenu's editor, Onodera.
Traveler, thank you for all you've done for us in the past. I come here today with a commission from Lady Yai, with which I'd like your help, should you be willing. Oh, and might I...
You have the pleasure of speaking to our eminent
Mein Fräulein means to say that her name...
Yep, this is Fischl. She's a reliable...
Since thou hast learned my name, understand this.
Mein Fräulein means to say...
Ah, I see. I completely concur, my lady. Remembering names is simply basic etiquette.
You understood Fischl language before Oz could...
Well, let's get down to brass tacks then. Now, have you heard of the author Mr. Nine? He's famous for writing the legend of the shattered...
Flowers.
What was that, mein Fräulein?
Flowers for Princess Fischl. That's what Mr. Nine is actually famous for.
Mein Fräulein means to say, even should the creator be cold and unmoving, the Prinzessin and her Immonachreich's resplendence might yet compel them to weep.
Well, sure. The author of Flowers for Princess Fischl, Mr. Nine. He sent a letter from Nodcry asking for help, and he seems to be in bad shape.
So ask the Adventurers Guild or a local mercenary...
Where it's so simple. But here's the problem. He's only ever communicated with us via letter, from addresses all over Teyvat.
So...
Well, we'll need to investigate. We did a bit of digging ourselves, and we realized that his initial editor has decided to retire to focus on his own writing. And...
Whatever hath once existed in this world is enshrined in the memory of the Prinzessin Devert.
Mein Fräulein.
Yes, we had the same idea. So, we tracked down the...
Aw, man! Jin, wait! You didn't need Oz to translate this time either, Onodera!
Osvaldo Hafnavines, hast thou...
No such Henry exists, mein Fräulein. I sense a faint, elusive resonance. Something akin to the...
Isn't that interesting? Well, in the end, our only takeaway was that the design and craftsmanship of the paper...
Huh. Could Mr. Nine be from Liyue then?
Isn't he that guy near the ladder?
If we're talking authors from Qing's village...
Chang the Ninth, yeah.
No, it couldn't be!
Chang the Ninth? Ah, I've heard of him. He won a Best New Author...
It matters not. Though the Saint of Tears and the Saint of Atonement perform manifold...
Mr. Onodera.
Wait, Oz? It's great that you trust Onodera and all...
You speak true, mine Princessin. Even if Chang the Ninth doesn't turn out to be Mr. Nine, he's still an author. And he could have had contact with him. I think it's a good place to start.
What did I tell you? Editors, am I right?
Yeah.
Well, either way, I appreciate the help.
Chang the Ninth. Alan Smithy. What is that a reference to? I feel like I've heard that name. Alan Smithy. Is an official pseudonym used by film directors who wish to disown a project. Ah.
Doesn't look like there's anyone around we can ask.
Seems like that's all.
Still, could his absence mean perhaps we should have a look around his...
Barging in without permission seems wrong. But if he really is Mr. Nine,
Should you at least ask someone in the village if he's been away for a while or something?
nope, nothing useful.
Oh, there was a music thing.
Seems like a bunch of. Nay, I, the Princessin, have beheld the mystery of the universe enshrined in these specks of dust. What hath been revealed?
Mein Fräulein means to say...
A radiant spin crystal.
Wait, it looks like the soul. Oh no. Maybe we should call the Millilith. What do you?
It's all right, Paimon. And since mein Fräulein would never do anyone harm, I'm...
That's really weak logic.
What is the meaning of this? I'm calling the Millilith.
Chun the Nine, you're not dead. Or kidnapped.
What are you even talking about? Oh, wait a second. I'm guessing this is a...
Oh, well,
What? Not even a whole bucket of hallucinogenic mushrooms. To what? Demolish the competition from the shadows? Yes, doing a real... The classic archetype of the boy hero is outdated. That's the kind of critique I get. Even opening with a plot twist or disguising your... Modern readers are drawn to the boundless imagination and
good point.
Besides, if I were Mr. Nine, I would have come clean the minute first apprentice of Guhua won that... what? That old beggarly Chong the Ninth is...
Yeah, and when we were here with Xingqiu that one time, you talked up the... If you were the one who wrote it, that'd be like...
In any case, while this gentleman isn't the Mr. Nine, it's a peculiar signature. The same threads of fate I sensed on you, mein...
Hey, that's perfect! Once we head to Nokrai, you should be able... But back to the signature. What were you doing before?
Oh, well, I ran out of manuscript paper, so I went...
Ah, no wonder. Mr. Nine...
Well, that explains it. Thanks, Chong the Ninth. We should...
I'm not quite sure what I did, but... You're welcome, I suppose.
What was
Farewell,
that about
creator
the
of another
Northland
world.
bank check?
Though I
and
must say,
something?
the laws and narratives thou hast ordained can scarce compare to the dream dust sedimented in the Immonakreich.
Mein Fräulein means to say, your writing isn't... I mean, mein Fräulein offers her thanks. It should be up ahead.
Wait, did something attack that Sealy? Something doesn't... Then it would seem fate.
Silence!
Surge. Insulation chamber deployed. Core almost there.
Huh. Looks like this... Let's follow.
What is this place? Is it? Have I been here? Northern Training Ground, okay. I think I've always flown over this area.
What are you doing here?
Wait, that voice. It's Nicole. Also, that should be our line. We were looking for Mr. Nine and our search...
Ah, I see. Well, Mr. Nine is right here.
Hello. What bizarre demarung is this? Never in 1,000 sunsets have I heard of such a thing.
In truth, I too aspire to be an author. But I'm also partial to direct communication. Talking is rather inconvenient by comparison, and as I'm sure you can understand, right, I thought perhaps if I found someone with whom I could share my ideas, it might give me the same release as writing. But then those stories would never... So, I tracked down an old Seelie friend of mine and told her all the stories I was imagining. Then, we even came up with several character traits to lend a certain authenticity to Mr. Nine. A receding hairline was one of them, I think.
Yep, I'm the one she roped into all this.
Come now, it was beneficial for you too. By inhabiting those authors and mobilizing their language faculties, you were able to hone and eventually recover your capacity for speech. And anyway, an angel has always functioned like a sort of a flash of inspiration in someone's head. I'm sure it was like stepping into old shoes.
So you, what, possessed people? Is that kind of intrusive?
Oh, it's fine. She did it while they were sleeping. As long as the person is someone who dreams of creating worlds of their own, this inner writer within them will automatically awaken.
Wait, but what about the letter and the strange intuitions Oz has been having? Nicole sent me to monitor the situation in Notcry, and it's super dangerous, okay? So I needed some help. It's not like I have the knowledge or power of the heavens anymore.
That's weird, hearing a
As for your
Seelie
friend
speak.
over here? Well, you see, when writing a story, it's not uncommon to incorporate certain half-true details. For realism's sake, you understand?
Yeah, we've seen that before. A real curse was written into an Inazuman light novel once.
Indeed. In a similar vein, Mr. Nine's stories are full of metaphors, including one for the creation of life. What it describes isn't made up, per se. We just never imagined someone would actually manage to use it. Until you came along, young lady.
Mein Fräulein is speechless. So if I may ask in her stead, did she manage to use one of these half-truths in Mr. Nine's novels to create me?
It was more like 70% made up, 30% true.
No, it was 90% made up, 10% true. I thought it was too dangerous, so I changed it. See, I knew you'd never read my books. You don't seem too surprised, Oz.
Well, I suppose I've vaguely sensed this since the beginning. Regardless, it is an honor to serve mein Fräulein.
Well, once our affairs in Nodcry are resolved, Mr. Nine will be able to return home. Yes, just tell them that when you return.
I don't want to be your eyes here. It's too dangerous. Oh, but, while you're at it, could you pass a message along to that guy in Chingsa village? I've been splitting the royalties with him 90-10. His share's been buried in his yard all these years. Wait, what do you use the Mora for? I bury it, and then lead people to the treasure. Guiding people is in our nature. It's what I love to do. Feel free to come search for my personal stash someday. I've buried it at the furthest end of the Immer Nachtreich. I will. I absolutely will.
Mein Fräulein?
And, I just want to say that I really like your books, Mr. Nine.
What mein Fräulein means is, though the cosmos stretch forth in unending darkness, yet shall come an hour when all things shine.
I'm glad to hear it. All in all, it seems you've already found my greatest treasure.
All right, that settles that. Now, I need to have a quick argument with Mr. Nine about who really deserves to be considered first author.
Shouldn't be Chang the Ninth.
Absolutely not.
Oh, that's right. Just channel Miss...
Hey, Chang the Nine!
Oh? What? What?
About that. So,
Wait, what? So...
Of course, for Chang the Ninth, wealth pales in comparison to his craft. The matter of Mora is swiftly forgotten as he puts pen back to paper. Thus, you continue on back to Mondstadt. Ah. Huh. Okay, you know what? I think I'm done for the night. I'm kind of tired. Or should we just complete the other two? Or I could do... Yeah, no, I don't want to start the Wuthering Waves right now. Yeah, I think I'll just end the stream for now. Yeah, I'll probably do that. Give me a second. Who should we raid? Oh, I am so sleepy. Um, Yeah, we can rate this person. She was looking in my chat earlier. She's playing Where Winds Meet right now. Let me stop my music on Chrome. And let me just check out her stream for a bit. Just make sure she's not ending soon. Yeah, I don't think she's ending soon, so let's raid her, I think. Oh no, I'm getting a call from my parents. Okay, I think I'll just probably end stream. Yeah. I need to call back my parents. Yeah. Good night, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. I mean, that was a pretty long stream. We played Valorant. We played Outer Wilds for a bit. We played a little bit of Genshin. Yeah, I think that was a good stream. Yeah, good night, everyone. If it's the morning for you, then good morning. Have a nice day. Hope you have a nice weekend. Thank God it's Friday, right? I mean, for me, it's Saturday already, but yeah. Hope you have a nice weekend. I'll probably be streaming more in the weekend because that's what I do. I usually stream on weekends. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be signing off now. I need to call back my parents. Yeah, good night.